The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communications from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 6, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Dale W. Strong to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House on January the 3rd, 2025, the chair will recognize members from a list submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allotted between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders, and the majority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Suaram Hamiyum, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our kids, our seniors, and constituents deserve to live healthy, prosperous, and independent lives. And that's why I spoke with hundreds of my constituents at a Medicaid town hall this past weekend, because most of them depend on Medicaid to live fulfilling lives with dignity. The impacts of the $880 billion in cuts being proposed to Medicaid are not statistics. They are children, parents, educators, and grandparents. They are neighbors, our friends. I heard from a father whose son was almost institutionalized. He was getting ready to quit his job to take care of his son full time. Instead, his son got access to care through Medicaid, which allowed him to continue running his nonprofit, helping adults with intellectual disabilities. And I listened to a grandparent of 2 intellectually disabled kids who has been their legal guardian for 15 years now. And with the help of Medicaid, both children are now living independently. But with these cuts, they may face medication bills of $7,000 per month and be forced to move back in with their grandparents. And I heard a nurse who shared that around 40% of the births in her hospital are covered by Medicaid, including prenatal, maternal, and postpartum care. That's what supporting families and family values looks like. And a speech-language pathologist at a Title I school who told me that most of her students are on Medicaid. They rely on it for free and reduced school lunches, and students with disabilities rely on it for their education. Let's look at the facts. Medicaid supports 1.8 million Virginians, and many of them, hundreds of thousands of them, would lose their Medicaid access because 1% cut by federal government contribution to Virginia's Medicaid program will mean everyone from Medicaid expansion loses their Medicaid. And so 3 in 10 children are on Medicaid, 2 in 7 working age adults with disabilities are on Medicaid, and 5 in 8 nursing home residents are on Medicaid. And Medicaid is also the 4th largest federal funding source of our public schools. It provides mental health services, it ensures kids with disabilities get what they need, and in 43 states, including Virginia, it provides access to free and reduced price school meals, too. There are over 37 million children enrolled in Medicaid and the Children's Health Insurance Program, or CHIP, in the United States. These are the most vulnerable people in the country that stand to lose the most from these deep funding cuts. And if we want to talk about fiscal responsibility, cuts to Medicaid will mean less preventative care, more costly emergency room visits, and more higher costs treating preventable diseases and illnesses. That will increase premiums and costs for every single American, even those with private insurance, those who are not on Medicaid. Everyone will be affected by these cuts. And yet we hear that these cuts won't touch Medicaid, but that's not true. Just look at the math. It's the only way to make these cuts. Medicaid is a lifeline. It is not a line item that can be blindly chopped to pay for a partisan wish list of bad ideas and tax cuts for the biggest corporations. In the richest country in the world, we should be working to cure diseases and explore new medical technologies and expanding Medicaid, not cutting off basic care. Our kids, our seniors, our communities deserve better. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller-Meeks, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will just respond that once again we hear myth after myth when we talk about reforms to Medicaid, which its greatest threat is $37 trillion in debt. But when we talk about reforms to a Medicaid program, it's to preserve Medicaid, and children, disabled, nursing homes would not be impacted. However, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the retirement of Chief Keith Kimball, who served the people of Bettendorf and the state of Iowa with distinction for 35 years. Chief Kimball started on third shift patrol and worked his way through the ranks with grit, integrity, and a heart for service. From becoming Bettendorf's first ever school resource officer to leading the Investigative Services Bureau and finally being named chief in 2018, he never lost sight of his mission to serve and protect with honor. He has been a mentor to many, a leader in his department, and a trusted figure in the community. Chief Kimball represents the very best of law enforcement, steadfast, compassionate, and committed to making a difference. To Chief Kimball, thank you for your dedication to the people of Bettendorf and for setting an example that will inspire future officers for years to come. Congratulations on your retirement. You've earned it. Mr. Speaker, this National Small Business Week, I rise to celebrate the small businesses that power Iowa and make our country strong. As a former small business owner myself, I know the early mornings, the long nights, the lack of vacation, and the risks it takes to keep a business running. These men and women are the heart of Main Street America, and they deserve leaders who will fight for them. In Iowa, small businesses represent 99% of all businesses in the state. In President Trump's first term, Congress passed the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, giving small businesses the relief they needed to grow and hire. And let me also say, there are no Fortune 500 businesses without first starting as a small business mom and pop. But if we don't act now, those tax cuts will expire and Iowa small businesses will be hit with a crushing 20% tax hike. We cannot let that happen. Let's extend the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, protect small business owners and farmers, and keep the American dream alive in Iowa and across the country. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of President Jay Byers, a proud Iowan, dedicated public servant who has led Simpson College in Indianola until his untimely passing on April 17th. Jay spent his life working to make Iowa a better place. From his years as CEO of the Greater Des Moines Partnership, where he championed economic growth across the metro, to his time as president of Simpson College, where he put his students first every single day. He brought energy, vision, and a heart to everything he did. Jay is survived by his loving wife, Katie, and their daughters, and my prayers are with them during this difficult time and the entire Greater Des Moines area and Indianola. Iowa has lost a leader, Simpson College has lost a champion, and many of us have lost a dear friend. May you rest in peace. Our prayers are with you. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the member from Delaware, Representative McBride, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The United States Postal Service isn't just a convenience. It's a constitutional promise. For more than 2 centuries, the USPS has connected every corner of this country, delivering prescriptions to seniors, paychecks to workers, and ballots to voters. And they do all of this without taxpayer funding, because it was never built for profit, but for the public good. Today, that promise is under threat. This administration's effort to privatize the Postal Service would mean higher costs, slower service, and the elimination of rural delivery, because corporations won't serve what isn't profitable. It would also mean the loss of strong middle-class jobs for over 640,000 postal workers across the country, including nearly 74,000 U.S. veterans. In Delaware alone, nearly 1,000 of my neighbors would be at risk. This isn't about efficiency. This is dismantling public services so they can prove that government doesn't work, and then hand those services to the highest bidder. We should be strengthening the Postal Service, not selling it off, because some things should serve people, not profits. Mr. Speaker, this week's travel delays and cancellations are frustrating millions, but behind the headlines is a deeper issue, a national shortage of air traffic controllers pushing a vital workforce to the brink. I recently toured the Philadelphia International Airport and met directly with controllers managing the skies above Delaware. They're working 10-hour days, 6 days a week, making split-second decisions to monitor thousands of lives at once. The pressure is relentless, and the margin for mistakes is zero. On top of all of this stress, this administration and Republicans in Congress are trying to gut their retirement security. Air traffic controllers are mandated to retire at 56. Yet this administration and House Republicans are advancing a proposal to shrink the retirement benefits for federal employees retiring before 62, all to help pay for tax cuts for the wealthy. We cannot expect to solve for shortages by breaking our promises to air traffic controllers after a lifetime of work. The problems we're hearing about at Newark could be a nationwide problem if the majority in Congress continues to disrespect and deplete this vital workforce. Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate an extraordinary achievement by students from the Charter School of Wilmington, who were just named national winners of Samsung's Solve for Tomorrow STEM competition. These brilliant students, who I met with last week, tackled Delaware's physician shortage with an innovative solution, an AI-powered smart bandage that monitors wound healing in real time. Their project, called Aquagel, rose to the top from thousands of entries nationwide, earning their school a $100,000 prize package and a national title. This isn't just a win for Delaware. It's a powerful reminder of what young people can achieve when we invest in education, in STEM, and in their belief that they can solve big problems in their communities. And while I am a proud graduate of Cab Calloway, I couldn't help but come to the well of the House to congratulate the Charter School of Wilmington. You've made Delaware proud, and you've inspired us all. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize my great friends and two wonderful civic leaders of Omaha, Bruce and Pam Friedlander, during Jewish Heritage Month for their lifelong commitment to service, generosity, and helping others in our community. Bruce and Pam grew up in Omaha, attending Omaha Central High School, but they didn't meet until they both attended the University of Nebraska, Lincoln. They were married in July of 1971, and each proudly say that the other is the best decision they've ever made. Bruce tells people he started working at his grandfather's store, Lewis's Market, at the age of 2, and jokes that he failed retirement 5 times. In addition to running a successful business, Bruce's grandfather, Lewis, who was from Russia, was an avid baseball fan and would frequently take Bruce and the other grandchildren to baseball games. Bruce said his grandfather would tear up during the national anthem at every game because he was free. Bruce says he's not trying to be his grandfather, but credits him as being the best mentor he ever had. After learning a strong work ethic from his grandfather and his father, Bruce bought Food for Less at 84th and Harrison and attempted his first retirement in 1993. He then worked for Baker's, following the owner's motto, "Find a way to say yes to your customers," something I have heard Bruce say many times. He then became director of operations for Cubby's, Incorporated, in 2005 and retired in 2015 once again. Pam is an accomplished educator who devoted 32 years to Omaha Public Schools. She's passionate about going to the synagogue, reading the Torah. She believes people should listen to each other and be there for each other and listen to God every day. Great advice for everyone. Their pride is their 2 children, Andy and Jimmy, and I know both of them. They are wonderful. And their 4 grandchildren. Bruce credits Pam with their smarts. Enhancing the quality of life for others is their family's mission. Bruce has continued his service as a member of the Jewish Federation, which oversees the Jewish Community Center, also known as the JCC, and the Rose Blumkin Jewish Home. He served as president from 2017 to 2018. Approximately 1,500 people visit the JCC every day, and a significant number are not Jewish. Bruce credits this to the theme of the Jewish Federation, which says everyone is welcome. The Friedlanders apply this to their work every day. And as the JCC gets ready to celebrate 100 years, Bruce is helping to lead a 100 Days of Giving campaign to expand the Rose Blumkin Jewish Home and serve more people. He tells everyone that the home is our safety net. The Friedlanders have volunteered at Bethel Synagogue. In addition, Bruce helped to revamp the Omaha Community Playhouse, serving as the president of the board. Bruce and Pam were the honorary chairs for the Playhouse's 100th anniversary. Bruce was named Volunteer of the Year by the Jewish Federation in 2009 and 10, and again in 2015. He has added a new role serving with the Boys Town Boosters, who help raise funds to ensure that every child deserves a future. Reflecting on his life, Bruce often says he was blessed to be born into a wonderful family and a wonderful community. He tells others, "My family were experts at helping people. During the time I have spent giving back, I've had 3 rules. First, take care of yourself and those you love. Second, do your job. And third, take someone with you." Bruce and Pam have passed down their wisdom to future generations, including their grandchildren. Their advice? It's not who gave the money, but who made the difference. Don't get your information from social media, and when you hear the jets fly overhead towards Offutt Air Force Base, realize that they are keeping us safe. As Bruce has said, when you save someone, God remembers your name. Thank you to Bruce and Pam. Surely God does remember your names. Toda Rabah. Thank you so much.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the career and service of Makiko Shirai, a Japanese foreign service worker who worked to strengthen the relationship between the United States and Japan. On May 20th, Makiko will be presented with Japan's Order of the Sacred Treasure with gold and silver ray for 35 years of supporting the U.S.-Japanese relation. Throughout her career, Makiko served more than 90,000 Japanese nationals in the Los Angeles area, and she played a large role in the consulate's emergency response to the 1994 Northridge earthquake and again during the attacks of 9/11 on our country. My good friend and neighbor Makiko, thank you for being a role model and showing us all what the power of relationships between countries can do. Congratulations on a well-deserved honor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Sophie Garcia, a sophomore at Orange Lutheran High School in my district, who's making school history as the first female wrestler to win a CIF Southern Section Individual Wrestling Championship. Her championship run included winning 5 matches in the 2-day tournament. Showed her exceptional skill, determination, and competitive spirit. Sophie trained her very hard, but studied even harder. She maintained a 4.2 GPA, earning the recognition as a student athlete scholar. Sophie, we're very proud of you. We know you're going to do even better. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor and celebrate the recent recognition of one of Nebraska's preeminent banks and a pillar of the community it serves, First National Bank Omaha, better known as FNBO. FNBO has long led Nebraska's banking sector, especially in their efforts to expand access to affordable housing across our state. By engaging with local communities, listening to stakeholder feedback, and leveraging the Federal Home Loan Bank of Topeka's affordable housing program, FNBO has become a driving force in promoting home ownership across Nebraska. Their dedication was recently recognized when FNBO was named Federal Home Loan Bank of Topeka's overall Housing Champion of the Year. Along with the honor, they received a $5,000 reward, which is going to the Nebraska Housing Developers Association. All of Nebraska is proud of the work FNBO is doing in housing. I look forward to seeing what they can do next to strengthen our communities through more affordable housing. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize and celebrate a truly historic milestone for the city of Lincoln and the entire state of Nebraska, the 100th anniversary of Bryan Health. First opening its doors in 1925, Bryan Health has grown from a hospital in Lincoln into one of Nebraska's most innovative, trusted, and patient-oriented healthcare networks. Over the past century, Bryan Health has expanded its reach and its services to meet the needs of communities in Kearney, Crete, Grand Island, Merritt County, and well beyond. Bryan Health's commitment to compassionate care and medical excellence continues to draw patients from across our state. Their enduring mission puts patients, families, and their communities first, and it has earned them the respect and gratitude of generations of Nebraskans. Congratulations once again to all of Bryan Health's staff and medical professionals for their 100 years of remarkable service and leadership in healthcare. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize the next generation of leaders and innovators emerging from my own hometown. This inspiring group of young people is known as the Rebel Robotics FTC team. Rebel Robotics is a first Tech Challenge team hailing proudly from Norfolk, Nebraska. Founded in 2019, the team gives students the opportunity to engage directly with cutting-edge technologies and robotics shaping our future. Most recently, Rebel Robotics stood out at the first championship held this year in Houston, Texas. Competing against top teams from across the country, they earned the prestigious Inspire Award, which recognizes excellence in programming, robot design, engineering portfolios, judged presentations, professionalism, as well as community outreach. The Inspire Award is the highest honor presented at the competition, and it also means that Rebel Robotics secured a world championship title in Houston. Congratulations to these exceptional high school students on their achievements and for inspiring others to explore the world of robotics. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Peters, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Dr. Margaret Leinen, who is stepping down as Director of Scripps Institution of Oceanography and Vice Chancellor for Marine Science at the University of California, San Diego. The Scripps Institution of Oceanography works to study and find solutions to our most pressing environmental challenges, such as the relationship among our oceans, climate change, and human health. Under Dr. Leinen's leadership, Scripps grew its degree programs and student enrollment, doubled its sponsored research and philanthropic funding, and furthered UC San Diego's reputation as one of the prestigious research institutions on the world stage. Dr. Leinen has shaped our ocean and climate research. She oversaw the commissioning of state-of-the-art research vessels, the opening of multiple new facilities, and she fostered Scripps' relationship with San Diego's developing blue economy industry. Dr. Leinen has also served as the U.S. Department of State Science Envoy for the Oceans to Latin America and the Pacific, and as Assistant Director for Geosciences at the National Science Foundation. I've enjoyed working with her and learning from her at the UN Climate Change Conferences, or COP. Her work has left an extraordinary mark in oceanography. I want to thank Dr. Margaret Leinen for her service. I want to wish her the best, along with all of San Diego, in her retirement. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a constituent of mine, Dr. Alessandro Sette, for being awarded the Order of Merit from the Italian Republic and being granted the status of Knight, or Cavaliere d'Italia, for his exceptional work in immunology. He was previously elected Fellow of the American Association for the Advancement of Science and the American Academy of Microbiology. Dr. Sette is a professor at the La Jolla Institute for Immunology in the Centers for Autoimmunity and Inflammation and Infectious Disease and Vaccine Research. He has dedicated his career to understanding our body's immune system and developing interventions against cancer, autoimmunity, allergies, and infectious diseases. His laboratory works to understand scientific structures called epitopes that the immune system recognizes in diseases, and he uses this knowledge to improve our immune responses. Dr. Sette's research led to the creation of the Immune Epitope Database, which is a vital source of experimental data on antibody and T-cell responses. Sette's research revealed how T-cells can fight pathogens like tuberculosis, dengue, SARS-CoV-2, pertussis, and the virus that causes Mpox. Dr. Sette and the La Jolla Institute team were the first in the world to publish a detailed analysis of our immune system's response to the coronavirus. Their research exemplifies San Diego's leading role in developing the cures and the treatments of tomorrow. I congratulate Dr. Alessandro Sette on his achievements, and on this most recent distinct honor of being knighted by the Italian Republic. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the remarkable Shane Crotty, a San Diegan and world-renowned immunologist whose work has transformed our understanding of the human immune system. Dr. Crotty's groundbreaking research into the body's response to virus was not only vital to the global fight against COVID-19, but also to the advancement of vaccines and treatments for a wide range of infectious diseases. In recognition of Dr. Crotty's enduring contributions to research on the immune system, he was recently elected to the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. This honor is a testimony to the value of his scientific contributions and to the curiosity, integrity, and commitment to public service that define his work. At a time when public trust in science is more important than ever, Dr. Crotty stands as a beacon of integrity, innovation, and hope. His tireless pursuit of knowledge continues to save lives and will inspire future generations of researchers. We are grateful for his leadership and proud to honor his legacy. Thank you, Dr. Crotty. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Haridopolos, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I keep hearing the term constitutional crisis over and over again, constitutional crisis. And candidly, the only constitutional crisis that has taken place over the last 4 years was the last administration abandoning their responsibility to defend our border and allowing over 10 million people to enter this country illegally, cutting in line over and over from people who want to come here legally and add to the American dream. We don't know who these 10 million people are, where they came from, or if they could be a danger to our community and country. On top of that, they put a strain on our social welfare system, schools, hospitals, and our law enforcement, taking away the resources from the taxpaying citizens in areas not just on the border, but around the country. When food, gas, and rent prices were going up by 20 and 30%, if not more, over that time period, the very people who were breaking the law were actually getting free things, whether it be rent, free phones, cash cards, and other things that Americans were struggling to pay for every single day. Cleaning up this mess has become our responsibility, the new majority, the new administration that has committed itself to actually keeping the promises from the campaign trail in 2024. Instead of bending over backwards, helping people who are breaking the law, they want to look at and say, how about those folks that were left behind? They were facing a constitutional crisis in the sense that their own government were not enforcing the laws of this land. So as the new administration is moving forward to deport gang members, wife beaters, and others, the real constitutional crisis is finally being defined, that America should finally stand up for the citizens that make this country great and allow people to enter this country in a legal way so they can contribute to the American dream. I'm so proud of this administration for keeping those campaign promises and working swiftly and in a smart way to deport those folks who broke the law, not just coming to this country, but once here in this country. And for a change, I think a lot of people are finally saying that the government is working for them instead of against them. And let's send this clear message that law and order means something, the constitutional means something, and we can finally end this constitutional crisis. I applaud the president for moving forward and allowing the American people to stand up, because let's just look at it candidly. When you're standing up exclusively for judges, you're not having a checks and balance system. You're putting one single judge above the American public on the popular vote, let alone the Electoral College. And I'm so glad that this House said that we're going to move forward in a thoughtful way and not allow, again, one single judge who's not elected by the people decide the policies of this government. Mr. President, thank you for your leadership. We stand with you in making sure the rule of law is finally followed and ending the constitutional crisis that existed for the last 4 years. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Cisneros, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just say if this administration was keeping their promises, we would actually have a president who, when asked if it's his responsibility to uphold the Constitution, he wouldn't say, I don't know. And instead of passing laws about renaming bodies of water, we would actually be doing things to help the American people. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and celebrate the winners of this year's Congressional Art Competition. Art is a cornerstone of educational success for our students, giving them a healthy creative outlet to process their emotions and share their stories with the world. We had over 80 talented young artists submit their work to my Congressional Art Competition at California's 31st Congressional District Representative. I am proud to announce Marley Gutierrez, an Azusa High School senior, as our first place winner. Her charcoal and graphic artwork, Heartfelt Gaze, will be hung in the Cannon Tunnel for the next year for everyone to see. I had the pleasure of meeting Marley and the other talented young artists at a ceremony we hosted last month. Our ceremony was held in the beautiful Vincenzo's Terrazza in San Dimas, where we celebrated with students, parents, teachers, and everyone who participated in this year's competition. It was such a joy to meet many of California's 31st bright young artists and hear about the impact art has on their lives. Congratulations again to Marley and all the students who submitted their artwork. I am so proud of each and every one of you. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the Big First District of Kansas is home to more than 20,000 small businesses who employ over 80% of working adults in my district. These small businesses are the backbones of our economy. Their stories, defined by sacrifice, hard work, and determination, serve as a reminder of what the American dream is all about. That anyone from anywhere can come to the U.S. the right way, work hard, make an honest living, and succeed. That's what it's all about. Many of the small businesses I represent are family-owned and operated. As a fifth generation to grow up on my family farm and feed yard in western Kansas, I understand the immense sense of pride and gratitude that comes with growing up around a family business. It's much more than a 9-to-5. It's a personal investment of endless hours to see a dream come to life. And when that dream gets off the ground, families give it their all to keep it afloat. They take pride in serving their neighbors and leaving their communities better than they found them. Our federal policies ought to help them do just that. Since I came to Congress, I've worked nonstop to make this a reality. Every year, I've introduced legislation to preserve stepped-up basis and to stop far-left Democrats' farm killer tax. For decades, stepped-up basis has protected families from being forced to pay capital gains taxes on inherited assets. President Biden tried his best to remove this provision, which would have resulted in the destruction of family farms across my district and around the country. I've always and will continue to oppose any effort to impose new taxes on small, family-owned businesses, period. I fought to protect similar exemptions for students from family farms and small businesses. Last year, new FAFSA provisions altered the federal formula for student aid, counting assets in small businesses and family farms as part of the family's net worth. My Family Farm and Small Business Exemption Act seeks to correct this flaw and to level the playing field for students who come from these families. When these students are applying for higher education financial aid, assets tied up in a small business should not count against them. As their families work tirelessly to make an honest living and serve their neighbors, we should make it easier for them to succeed and pass on these businesses to the next generation. My bill evens the playing field and protects the American dream for every student. And I was proud to see it included in the bill that the House Education and Workforce Committee marked up last week. Congress should also roll back burdensome regulations that further handcuff our small businesses in an already challenging environment. For the last 4 years, our small business owners navigated regulation after regulation imposed by the Biden administration. President Biden attempted to regulate every aspect of small business owners' livelihoods if they didn't fall in line with his Green New Deal agenda. Small business owners, already struggling with sky-high inflation, begged Washington, D.C. for less regulation and more freedom to just make a living. The Republican majority has spent the last 4 months rolling back these regulations. That's what our small business owners want, and that's what they deserve. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, over the last few months, this body will work to further support small business owners by extending the 2017 tax cuts. These historic tax cuts by President Trump during his first term ushered in an economic boom that benefited America's small businesses and the communities they serve. We have a duty to bring back the growing economy and to ensure the family businesses that are the backbone of our country can thrive again. If we fail to extend the Trump tax cuts, small businesses will see their tax rates nearly double, harming local economies and Main Street. This financial burden would limit a small business' ability to grow and force some to reduce the size of their staffs or even close their doors entirely. Americans can't afford to leave these men and women out to dry. During this National Small Business Week, we thank the hardworking men and women who make up more than 33 million small businesses across our great nation, employ nearly 62 million Americans, and equipping them to feed their families, put a roof over their heads, and clothes on their backs. I look forward to working with my colleagues in this body to see America's small business community thrive once again. If our small businesses fail, America fails, and the world cannot afford that. I recognize that over these next few weeks, we will have very difficult conversations on the best way to extend these cuts and enact President Trump's agenda, but they're conversations worth having. Mr. Speaker, America is counting on us. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month, an air tourism helicopter crashed into the Hudson River near Jersey City, killing 6 people, including 3 young children. This tragedy is yet another example of the threat that non-essential helicopters pose to public safety, especially in the congested airspace over New Jersey and New York. Since 1983, there have been at least 30 helicopter crashes in our region, resulting in at least 31 fatalities. We also continue to hear from countless New Jersey residents whose lives are upended by the constant, incessant noise of helicopters traveling at low altitudes over our neighborhoods. Since taking office, we have consistently worked to address these challenges, from the noise and nuisance they cause to the safety risks that have been well documented. In the 118th Congress, we introduced 2 pieces of legislation and directly engaged with the FAA to address these issues, hosting a workshop in Jersey City with stakeholders and local leaders. But this crash is a clarion call to every level of government that further urgent action is needed. That's why, along with my colleagues from New Jersey and New York, I introduced the Improving Helicopter Safety Act, which bans all non-essential helicopter traffic within a 20-mile radius of the Statue of Liberty. It's clear that the helicopter industry is not a good actor or one willingly to proactively take measures to protect our communities. In the wake of this most recent tragedy, one air tourism company offered discounts to their customers for flights in our region. They are clearly more interested in profit than public safety, making it abundantly clear they should no longer be allowed to operate. I ask my colleagues to join me in support of this bill so that we can protect lives in our communities and ensure that tragedies like this one never happen again. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 10th anniversary of Buddy Baseball in Bayonne. Every year, more than 100 children and young adults with special needs gather for a season of Buddy Baseball, giving everyone the opportunity to succeed, play, and enjoy this incredible game. This year, I was proud to march in the parade to celebrate their opening day and commemorate the opening of their brand new field. Hundreds of spectators lined the streets to cheer on this year's players, and it was heartwarming to see our community come together for such a great cause. The city of Bayonne is leading the way in bringing communities together in an inclusive way, lifting up those around us and showing what we can achieve when we work together. I thank everyone who made this dream a reality and for reminding us what we can do when we come together as one in community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Foxx, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Israel's Independence Day and 77th birthday. The United States and Israel have a binding, ironclad partnership that continues to grow stronger as the months and years go on. As President Reagan once said, quote, "For the people of Israel and America are historic partners in the global quest for human dignity and freedom. We will always remain at each other's side," end quote. Our values are one and the same, and our joint commitment to advancing freedom and human dignity will never cease. To the state of Israel and the Jewish people, I say this: we will always stand firmly alongside you. You can count on us today, tomorrow, and always. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Meuser, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, this week we recognize National Small Business Week, and with it, the incredible contributions of our many small business owners, workers, and entrepreneurs across Pennsylvania and the United States. These individuals, Mr. Speaker, deserve more than recognition. They deserve our support and applause. Small businesses aren't just a line in an economic report. They're the lifeblood. They're the employers. They're the mentors. They're the community leaders. They're the ones giving to local charities and sponsoring youth sports, putting their names on the back of Little League jerseys in communities across our Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We also recognize the critical role of our local chambers of commerce in assisting small businesses throughout Pennsylvania's 9th Congressional District. We are blessed with some of the best chambers in Pennsylvania, if not the country. Throughout my district and Pennsylvania, from Schuylkill County to Wyoming County to Susquehanna to the Susquehanna Valley to Lebanon, from Luzerne to Lycoming, these chambers are working every day to support job creators and bring small businesses together. They serve as a bridge between the private sector and government, and they help ensure that entrepreneurs have a voice. Their efforts deserve our thanks. As someone who worked in small business, I understand the challenges entrepreneurs face. And while I was fortunate to help grow a small business into a larger business, I never lost that small business mindset. That mentality, grounded in what we call the WIT principle, whatever it takes, is built on hard work, results, teamwork, and customer service. It continues to guide my work here in Congress. That work on behalf of small businesses starts, Mr. Speaker, with regulatory relief. Small businesses don't have compliance departments or teams of lawyers. Every hour spent on paperwork is an hour not spent on growing their business. That's why House Republicans and the Trump administration have taken important steps to roll back burdensome regulations that never should have applied to small employers in the first place. We fought to eliminate the Biden administration's imposed beneficial ownership program rule, which would have forced small businesses to submit sensitive ownership information to FinCEN, adding compliance burdens and creating legal risk with little benefit. We pushed back against the CFPB's 1071 rule, which mandated that lenders collect and report demographic and financial data on small business loan applications, raising costs and potentially limiting access to capital. And to ensure we're hearing directly from those affected, the Small Business Administration has also now launched recently a red tape hotline, giving small business owners and manufacturers a direct channel to report excessive or unworkable federal regulations so we can act on them. As a matter of fact, their phone number at the SBA is 1-800-827-5722 is their hotline. Beyond regulatory relief, we're advancing smart legislation to support growth and innovation. I introduced the Investing in All of America Act, which expands access to capital for small manufacturers and startups in economically underserved and rural areas by raising the leverage cap on small business investment companies. My 7A Loan Oversight Act improves transparency and accountability in the SBA's most widely used lending program by requiring annual reports on loan agent activity. This bill ensures Congress has the data needed to provide proper oversight, protect taxpayer dollars, and keep the program strong for small businesses that rely on it. And the Regulatory Review Improvement Act, which I also introduced, ensures that federal agencies take into account the real-world impact of their rules on small businesses. It requires agencies to regularly review existing regulations already on the books and evaluate whether they should remain in place based upon their effect on small businesses. That and ensuring access to capital is some of our major focuses here in Congress. Finally, through reconciliation, also known as the One Big Beautiful Bill, we are committed to extending the provisions of President Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which helped countless small businesses invest, expand, and hire. Provisions like Section 199A, bonus depreciation, and the R&D tax credit have had a direct positive impact on small businesses. These provisions and the broader income tax reductions must be extended to maintain growth and protect jobs. By voting for this plan, we are simply continuing the tax plan that stimulated the strongest economy in the past 50 to 100 years. A no vote on this plan is a no vote for small business. Anyone who says this reconciliation package doesn't help small businesses either doesn't understand it or is choosing to ignore what's in it. This legislation is pro-growth, pro-investment, and pro-small business. Separate from the small business provisions, if the individual tax cuts are allowed to expire, the average Pennsylvania family, Mr. Speaker, will face a tax hike of over $2,500. My Democrat colleagues oppose this bill. They are voting in favor of the largest tax increase on working families in American history, plain and simple. And frankly, we need Pennsylvanians to get on board with this pro-growth initiative as well. Mr. Speaker, let's thank every entrepreneur, employer, and team member in a small business. Thank you for all you do to deliver for America, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Pursuant to Clause 12A, Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 12 noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? We take this moment, O Lord, to bless you. With all that we are and with everything that is in us, we praise your holy name. As the heavens are high above the earth, so great is your steadfast love for those who honor you. Like a parent who has compassion for his children, have compassion on us as we seek to live according to your will and do the work you have called us to do. As our Creator, show us your grace in the fleeting moments we are given to serve you. In our mortality, there are those in this house who are battling diseases like cancer that take over their bodies and threaten to shorten their lives. We pray your healing hand over these, your servants, who continue to labor faithfully under the burden of this infirmity. In our fallibility, there are those who have made grave mistakes in their conduct, in their judgment, and in their life choices. We pray your mercy in the rebuilding of their lives and the restoration of their right living. Let us each claim anew today the promise that you are merciful and gracious, slow to anger and abounding in steadfast love. In this certainty we stand, and in your name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces that to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1, Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. So what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the men and women in the nursing profession. This week is National Nurses Week. Every year from May 6th through the 12th, we celebrate the work and the contributions that nurses make in the healthcare field. National Nurses Week ends on Florence Nightingale's birthday, the founder of modern-day nursing. Prior to serving in Congress, I spent nearly 3 decades in the healthcare profession. There, I worked closely with nurses and saw firsthand the care, and the compassion that they showed their patients. Nursing is a science and an art reserved for those who are the most caring, giving, and passionate about helping others. Nurses provide their patients and families with comfort, compassion, guidance, and care. Mr. Speaker, we should always thank our nurses for the hard work and dedication. Please join me in recognizing the nursing community this week. And we should all be grateful for their commitment to caring for others, especially during these trying times. And a special shout out to my Aunt Jessie, who was retired now as a nurse, but cared for so many and made her way to the point where she was the executive director of the Pennsylvania Nurses Association. We're very proud of the difference that she has made. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I ask to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for the 5th time to bring attention to the Trump administration's failure to restore funding for food aid for malnourished children, despite their promise to do so. And I want to speak today about the biology of hunger. A 2-year-old child may weigh the same as a newborn. Their bodies stop growing, their immune systems shut down, they lose the ability to walk, and sometimes the ability even to cry. That is what severe malnutrition looks like, and it is the leading cause of death for children under 5. But there is treatment. Ready-to-use therapeutic food is a nutrient-rich peanut paste that delivers the fat, protein, and vitamin that starving children need to survive. It can save a children's life in just 8 weeks. The Adesia factory in Rhode Island has helped save 25 million lives with this food, but that work is now in jeopardy because the administration hasn't followed through on its own promises to continue funding the program. We must restore funding for emergency food aid now. Lives are at stake, and I will keep speaking on this floor until that funding is restored. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's Small Business Week, and we're getting back to the basics. Less red tape, lower taxes, and policies actually help people who run a business and hire workers. Small businesses are the building block of our economy. They do not need more interference from Washington or their home state. They need us to be out of the way of what they need to do to provide the things people actually want. That's why we're working to stop the largest tax hike in American history and make the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act provisions permanent. These lower rates help business owners grow and reinvest in their own workers. Under President Trump, we saw how lower taxes and fewer regulations actually sparked real growth. We're building on that by passing bills that support small businesses and American manufacturing in America. When Main Street is strong, our country is strong. We're going to keep doing what works and stop what doesn't, what actually hurts. That's how we get this economy moving in the right direction and actually being dedicated to the needs of the American people and the economy that drives it. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2005, the 988 National Suicide Prevention Lifeline was launched to provide 24/7 access to counseling and referrals for Americans in crisis. In recognition of these challenges, the challenges these Americans face, the 988 Lifeline provides specialty services targeted at LGBTQ youth who are at a higher risk of suicide than the population at large. According to a 2024 survey by the Trevor Project, 12% of LGBTQ youth attempted suicide in the past year. 12% of American youth in this category. Now, the Trump administration is reportedly considering eliminating these specialized support services, which would cut off the life-saving resources they provide. Young people, young Americans in crisis should be able to speak to a professional counselor when they are in crisis who understands their experiences and is trained to communicate with people facing similar struggles. This is a cruel idea. For the health and safety of all young Americans, the President must immediately reverse course on this ill-advised, cruel, and dangerous plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Friends of Freedom are grateful the House overwhelmingly yesterday passed a bipartisan bicameral mobilizing and enhancing Georgia's options for building accountability, resilience, and independence, the Megabari Act. This bill counters the Evashvili regime to drag Georgia toward Iranian terrorists, the Chinese Communist Party, and war criminal Putin. The passage of the Megabari Act was a mandate vote of nearly 90%, demonstrates American support for legitimate President Salome Zurabishvili, the Georgian people, and the rejection of the tyrannical mafia cabal, which is selling out Georgia to dictators. The Georgian dream insults President Trump. The only way forward is for fair elections and release of all political prisoners. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength, revealing that war criminal Putin lies, subverting freedom in Belarus from the legitimate President Svetlana Sukhanouskaya. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor this year's Orlando Sentinel's Central Floridians of the Year, J.J. Holmes and his mother, Allison Holmes. Together, they are a force, not just in Central Florida, but across the entire state and the country. JJ has a severe disability, but he hasn't allowed that to stop him from speaking out and advocating tirelessly for our disability community. His mother, Allison, shows up every day to care for JJ and to stand up for families across the country just like theirs. Their advocacy and their continued work started 10 years ago when JJ was just 12 years old and was removed from a Trump rally in 2016 after protesting the president's mockery of a reporter with a disability. For over a decade, they've continued to speak out at the local, state, and federal level, advocating for expanding Medicaid, closing coverage gaps, quality health care, and affordable health care for everyone. The way they lead with love and with courage should stand as a testament to their strength and the amazing work that they do. Central Florida is stronger because of them. Congratulations to both JJ and Allison on this honor, and thank you for never giving up on the fight to build a more inclusive world for everybody, no matter who you are. I am so, so proud to be in this work with you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of Van Robinson of Syracuse, who died Saturday at the age of 87. The history books will remember him as the first African-American president of the Syracuse Common Council, a body whose chambers now bear his name. But his legacy and contributions are far richer. It was Van Robinson who began the conversation about tearing down the highway that divides our city through a thriving African-American neighborhood, and now the reimagining of I-81 is the largest infrastructure project in the history of upstate New York. It was Van Robinson who revived the local NAACP chapter. It was Van Robinson who always advocated for his community. And it was Van Robinson who went out of his way to mentor and support the leaders of Syracuse, including myself. Thank you, Van, for making Syracuse, a place we both love, a better place. I send my prayers and condolences to Linda Brown Robinson and the Robinson family. God bless you, counselor, and rest in power. I yield back.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, on Sunday night, the community that I represent in Glendale, Arizona, was rocked by yet another mass shooting in America. As families and friends came together to eat, drink, and dance, they looked forward to celebrating Cinco de Mayo and spending time in their community. Instead, their worlds were shattered as someone with a gun fired into the crowd outside the restaurant, killing 3 people and injuring 5 more. I cannot imagine the pain and sadness that their families and loved ones now feel, and I am sending them love and strength. Every single person there will be forever impacted by the violence and trauma that mass shootings impose on communities. For far too long, we've been forced to watch as gun violence devastates our communities, and we feel unsafe going to the movies or eating out at a restaurant. One thing is clear: these acts of violence and the trauma they inflict on all of us are preventable. They are a policy choice. It's time for us to make a new choice. Common sense policy reform to regulate guns and prevent mass shootings like this one in Glendale have broad bipartisan support. It's beyond time we stand up and do something. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
To revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to address the unfair double taxation that my constituents are facing due to the state and local tax deduction cap. Hardworking families across Long Island and across our state and many other states already face some of the highest tax burdens in the nation. For 8 years, they've been in the past few years that have had to pay tens of thousands of dollars more in taxes, making their lives even more expensive and adding to the cost of living crisis on Long Island. Last year, the president came to my district and vowed to get SALT back. My constituents deserve this real relief, so let's go. I'll continue to push for a full repeal of this cap, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to do the same. Anything less than eliminating the SALT cap and restoring the full deduction fails Long Island and fails our state. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 377 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 26, House Resolution 377. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill. H.R. 276, to rename the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Natural Resources, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 881, to establish Department of Homeland Security funding restrictions on institutions of higher education that have relationship with Confucius Institutes, and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Homeland Security, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-2 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Homeland Security or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, last night the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 377, providing for consideration of 2 measures. H.R. 276, the Gulf of America Act, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees, and provides 1 motion to recommit. Additionally, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 881, the DHS restrictions on the Confucius Institute and Chinese Entities of Concern Act, to be considered under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Homeland Security or their respective designees, and provides 1 motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, we're here to debate a rule on 2 pieces of legislation, beginning with H.R. 276, the Gulf of America Act. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 276 is straightforward. It permanently renames the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America and directs federal agencies to update their documents and maps to incorporate the new name. President Trump directed the name change a few months ago, Mr. Speaker, and there have been no issues during that time. We're simply using our Article I authority to reflect the Gulf's importance to our country. Moving on, Mr. Speaker, the rule also provides for the consideration of H.R. 881, the DHS restrictions on Confucius Institutes and Chinese Entities of Concern Act. It goes without saying, Mr. Speaker, that the Chinese Communist Party does not share our interests or our values. Confucius Institutes were originally established in America in 2004 and marketed as a way to promote Chinese language and culture, support local Chinese teaching internationally, and facilitate cultural exchanges. However, it has become clear that this was not the real goal, Mr. Speaker. The true intent was a sophisticated and global influence campaign allowing the CCP to conduct espionage in our country and steal our intellectual property and trade secrets. While there are less than 5 Confucius Institutes still currently active in the United States, the Government Accountability Office has reported that 43 of 74 schools it surveyed still maintain a relationship with the entity that supported their Confucius Institute. Further, the Department of Education has shown that over $3 billion has been collected by U.S. universities from entities connected to the People's Republic of China and the Chinese Communist Party. This bill, which has been worked on and will pass in a bipartisan manner, I believe, simply bans eligibility for DHS funding from an institution with a relationship to a Confucius Institute, Thousand Talents Program, or Chinese entity of concern until such a relationship is terminated. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to consideration of these pieces of legislation and urge passage of this rule. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As much as it pains me to say this, we're here on the House floor today because the House Republican majority has chosen to prioritize debate and passage of a bill to rename the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America. That's not what my constituents think is the most important thing Congress should tackle this week or this year. And I bet it's not what your constituents think either. It's easy to mock this legislation because it's so inane and embarrassing, and we have. But its very existence and the fact that House Republicans have chosen to waste time and taxpayer dollars to bring it up for a vote is worth considering. So let's talk about the real Gulf of America, the Gulf in America, the Gulf between the ambitions and priorities of this White House, aided and abetted by the House majority, and the needs of the American people. The Gulf that makes Republicans think that it's more important to give tax cuts to billionaires than to make sure that America's children and veterans and seniors have food and housing and medical services, and that we protect the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the food we eat. The Gulf that causes the Speaker to bring ridiculous legislation to the floor to flatter the President and appease his base, rather than meet the needs of the American people. Americans want a Congress and a White House that solves problems rather than creates them. Americans aren't asking to rename the Gulf of Mexico. In fact, public polling, including on Foxx, says that nearly 70% of Americans oppose that executive order and this legislation to rename the Gulf of Mexico. Like many Americans, I follow the news each day with trepidation. Many folks tell me that the chaos and missteps of this administration are too painful or upsetting to follow, and they've tuned it out, because the only guarantee we have is that every day the president or his administration will have done something dumber or more dangerous than the day before. Each day brings its own self-inflicted crisis with this White House, and millions of Americans are exhausted by it. They're pleading with their elected officials to act, to do something, anything, to bring normalcy back to this country, to bring decency back to this country. There was a time when American public life was guided by a genuine sense of duty and a converse fear of shame, but today neither appear to hold much sway. Instead, we have a White House filled with charlatans, made-for-TV personalities, con men, snake oil salesmen, grifters, billionaires, and criminals, all using the power of the federal government to enrich themselves at the expense of the American people and to punish their political opponents. Last week was President Trump's 100th day in office, a customary benchmark by which we measure the successes and failures of a new president's term. I think it's safe to say that Trump's first 100 days have been a disaster. His tariff policies are likely to cause a recession. Millions of people have seen their retirement savings evaporate. Families don't know if they're going to be afford basic goods, much less Christmas dolls. Businesses, big and small, are paralyzed by uncertainty and reducing their spending, and many small businesses may not survive. To add insult to injury, when faced with these facts, what does the president say? Deal with it. Those are the president's own words. The tariffs will be painful, but it's a price that must be paid. But paid by whom? It won't be Trump or the billionaires in his cabinet or at his golf clubs. No, it's going to be real people, people who work for a living, who will have to pay the price for his ill-conceived trade war. It's not going to be guys like Bessent or Lutnick who have multi-million-dollar mansions and fly on private planes. They'll be just fine. However, for working parents, according to Trump, maybe the kids will have $2 instead of 30, and I don't know who has $30. And maybe the moms who live in my district who will have to pay more for the stroller they use to transport their kids to daycare and doctors and the grocery store. So much for the guy who said he was going to bring down prices on day one. And it's worth noting that just yesterday in our rules markup, our Republican colleagues voted once again to keep the Trump tariffs in place. Over a month ago, they rigged the rules of the House to prevent Congress from voting to end the Trump tariffs. They literally voted to stop time, to say that for the purposes of protecting the Trump tariffs, there's only 1 day between now and the end of September. That will prevent anyone from being able to force a vote on whether to end Trump's tariffs. So they're dragging down our economy and American families with it. And that's just the terrible Trump tariffs. In these first 100 days, the administration has cut services at Social Security, fired medical staff at VA hospitals, and withheld aid to food banks, children's health programs, and community violence prevention efforts. They've waged a political war against universities and scientific research, and illegally frozen over $400 billion in congressionally appropriated funds, including billions of dollars to FEMA, to everyone from local firefighters to states that have been affected by natural disasters. This White House has issued hundreds of controversial executive orders, many of which courts have deemed illegal or unconstitutional. And every day, this administration is disappearing hundreds of people, sending them to faraway detention centers without any due process that would expose mistakes and lies about some people who are not criminals and in some cases are even citizens and therefore should not be deported. The damage that's being caused right now by this administration to our communities, to our international standing, to our national security and national fabric will take years to unwind. But eager to do their part and contribute to the chaos, House Republicans continue to find novel ways to bring this chamber to new lows. This week, Republicans are putting forward 2 bills, one that's pretty much a redundant effort to counter Confucius Institutes, and another to change the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. The second bill may be the dumbest bill brought to the floor during the 6 years I've served in Congress. With all of the important work this Congress should be tackling, the Speaker and House Republicans have chosen to indulge the President in a whim that the American public does not support. Frankly, if I had to vote on a bill like this, I would find it deeply embarrassing. And I know my Republican colleagues are smart people, they're not dumb, so I have to feel that they share this embarrassment. Unless they're members of a cult of personality based around a dear leader who they're required to obey or risk retribution, and upon whom they bestow endless compliments and praise in order to seek personal favors. And it doesn't matter how much damage he causes, how much money he wastes, how many lives and family he hurts. It doesn't matter if he causes a recession. It doesn't matter if he encourages influence peddling and grift with a Trump coin or his Gulf of America merch, or if he gives insider stock tips before taking executive action. House Republicans seem to always do what Trump says. So if he wants to do something as dumb as rename the Gulf of Mexico, Republicans apparently will fall in line. We'll watch them twist themselves into pretzels to come up with increasingly convoluted rationale for the president's actions. Today will surely be a masterclass in delusion. Further adding to the chaos, this month House Republicans are expected to finish drafting the text of their reconciliation bill, through which they're planning to cut health care benefits to seniors and children and people with disabilities and cut nutrition assistance to the poor, in order to pay for a huge tax giveaway to billionaires and big business. Despite more than 40 years of empirical evidence showing that Republicans' trickle-down economics are a resounding failure, Republicans are nonetheless pushing ahead with their party orthodoxy. We have more than enough evidence that trickle-down economics does not work. It doesn't help the middle class, it doesn't create jobs, it doesn't increase business investment, and it doesn't grow the economy. What these policies actually do is allow companies and their shareholders to pocket more profits at the expense of everyone else. It's because of trickle-down economics that we now have some of the most extreme income inequality in this country in our nation's history. To pay for this giveaway to the rich, Republicans are going to take away health care benefits and food assistance and cut critical federal investments in our local communities, in our democracy, in the environment, and in our national security. All so millionaires and billionaires can get an extra buck. It's horrifying, it's immoral, and it's un-American. Unlike many of my Republican colleagues, I have participated in multiple town halls this year to hear from my constituents. One message that I hear consistently is that people are scared. These are good, honest, hard-working Americans who in one way or another have been forced to rely on Medicaid or Medicare or SNAP or WIC or Head Start or Social Security or LIHEAP in order to make ends meet for their families. And they're rightfully scared that Republicans are planning to gut those programs. We'll surely hear all kinds of mental gymnastics from our colleagues about how millionaires really need that extra tax cut, or how cutting Medicaid won't really lead to a loss of coverage or service. We'll hear tortured arguments from Republicans to hide what they're really doing. When you take a step back and look at everything that's happening, this White House, in concert with Elon Musk and congressional Republicans, have put the country on a dark and troubling path, a fear-based path. It's leading us to a place that has more in common with Stalin's Russia than the free society envisioned by our founding fathers. It's heartbreaking to see the lengths to which some people will go to destroy the ideas and institutions that for decades have made this country great. Mr. Speaker, I think it goes without saying that I rise in strong opposition to this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would just remind my colleagues that Donald Trump was elected President of the United States, and while we're yet to put many of his policies into law, where you left us was with an interest payment of $2.6 billion a day. If you took 100% of the money from the people that are billionaires in this country, you probably couldn't pay the interest on the national debt for a year. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Johnson.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlewoman for yielding her time. I rise in opposition to this complete waste of time, the Gulf of America Act. While Americans are struggling with real problems, while Trump is trampling over the constitutional rights of the citizens he swore to protect, Republicans are wasting this chamber's time with performative nonsense. Here's the choice this comes down to. We could focus on helping 40 million Americans saddled with medical debt, or we could rename the Gulf of Mexico. We could ensure that 10 million children going hungry every night have enough food to eat, or we can rename the Gulf of Mexico. We could address our nation's highest maternal mortality rate, where women are dying in this country every day while giving birth, or we can rename the Gulf of Mexico. We could address our nation's lack of affordable housing, where families are struggling to find safe shelter, or we can rename the Gulf of Mexico. We can make sure our veterans who are waiting for weeks for appointments at VA clinics get the desperate care they need after making such extreme sacrifices in the honor of service to our country. Or we can rename the Gulf of Mexico. We can be protecting Social Security and Medicare, protecting Medicaid, finding affordable child care for the millions of children in this country, and reducing the high cost of living that so many families in all of our districts are struggling to afford, basic necessities. Or we can rename the Gulf of Mexico. Republicans have made their choice. They want to focus on renaming a body of water that doesn't need renaming instead of the emergent needs that the people we all represent. And the bill's co-sponsor, the woman from Georgia, in her district, 1 in 5 residents live below the poverty line. Her district ranks near the bottom in Georgia for health outcomes. Opioid overdose rates continue to climb. Broadband access remains limited, and public schools are under-resourced. But again, instead of working on bills to bring down the high costs of health care, making broadband accessible for Americans all over the country, or helping families struggling with addiction, we are renaming the Gulf of Mexico as if it is the most important pressing issue facing this country. This is not governing. It's a distraction, it's political theater, and it's an insult to the intelligence of every American who expects us in Congress to do the serious work of solving real problems and making their lives better. This bill does not achieve any of those ends. The American people did not send us here to troll and suck up to a president. They sent us here to legislate, lead, and make their lives better. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this stupid bill and focus on what matters to the American people, and I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would just like to point out that in the state of Georgia, in the district that was referenced, 68% of the voters in that district, as patriots, voted for Donald J. Trump to be president of the United States because they don't believe they need a federal government to micromanage their life. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, in January, when House Republicans, Senate Republicans as well, punted once again on passing a budget and instead passed a continuing resolution, they forgot to include the funding to operate the District of Columbia. The Senate moved to rectify that mistake and has passed a bill to fix it. And the president has said that he will sign that bill. The mayor from D.C. has repeatedly spoken to House Republicans about the urgency of fixing the city's budget. The clock is ticking, and if the fix isn't passed, D.C. will have to lay off hundreds of teachers and police officers and curtail critical services in the district. But while this is going on, House Republicans are instead using floor time to prioritize removing the long-finned smelt from the endangered species list, to rename the Gulf of Mexico, and to do other, frankly, stupid messaging bills like those we're considering today. So the Speaker may claim that it's just a matter of schedule, but clearly this is once again the gulf in America between what Americans, what the people who live in D.C., what most of the country thinks is important, and what House Republicans are willing to do. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would remind you that the Chinese Communist Party is no longer an economic adversary. They're an enemy. And they've been very creative in the way they've embedded themselves into the university systems in this country. This rule gives us a vote on kicking them the rest of the way out of this country. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that that's going to pass in a very bipartisan manner. So with all the annex and yelling and screaming and pointing the fingers, I just want to remind you there's a very serious piece of legislation to deal with the Chinese Communist Party in this rule that I believe will pass in very much a bipartisan manner. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
And reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 2753, the Hands-Off Medicaid and SNAP Act, which will prevent the Republican budget from cutting Medicaid or SNAP benefits. Mr. Speaker, this week the House is voting to rename the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America. I'm not joking. This is what House Republicans are spending their time doing publicly. But privately, behind closed doors, according to reports, Republican leadership is meeting with vulnerable moderate Republicans to try to sell them on trading devastating cuts to Medicaid for tax cuts for billionaires. Under their plan, they have to cut $880 billion from Medicaid and $230 billion from food assistance just to make the math work for their disastrous reconciliation bill. Mr. Speaker, what's worse is they continue to argue that they aren't doing that. But the math doesn't lie. They can't reach the levels of billionaire tax cuts they want without gutting vital programs like Medicaid and SNAP, programs that the most vulnerable in our country rely upon. Republicans are publicly claiming that they won't make those cuts, so today I'll give them a chance to prove that. to the American people by putting their money where their mouths are and voting to ensure those devastating cuts can't move forward in this House. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material, immediately prior to the vote on the previous question. Thank you. So I will urge a no vote on the previous question, and I'll reserve my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask the gentlelady if she has any additional speakers or if she's prepared to close.
Okay. I'm prepared to close.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the country deserves better leadership, leadership focused on the common good and public service rather than culture wars and private profit. The United States faces enormous challenges, and the American people want Congress to act on their behalf. They want us to lower the cost of groceries, rent, and health care. They don't want Congress wasting time on performance, on pointless legislation like the bills we're debating today. The American people want real solutions. They want their elected officials to collaborate, to govern with decency and discipline in ways that benefit the American people, not deep-pocketed donors. They don't want politicians who chase headlines or who try to flatter the whims of erratic leaders with insane ideas like renaming the Gulf of Mexico or invading Greenland or annexing Canada or reinstituting Alcatraz. So while many Americans are struggling just to get by, the last thing they want is a Republican tax bill that guts their health care and denies food and housing to children and seniors so that millionaires can pay less in taxes. It's obscene. And if Republicans carry out their stated plans, it'll be one of the largest government handouts in American history, paid for by those who can least afford it and delivered to those who need it least. Talk about corporate welfare. And while the rich will get their tax cut, working families will be stuck footing the bill for Trump's tariffs. It's not too late for Republicans to change course. I pray that enough of them find the courage to push back against this plan, to listen to their constituents, and to do the right thing. We don't need to slash Medicaid and SNAP, and we can move forward with a sensible tax bill that invests in families and the middle class, not just billionaires and the Fortune 500. I urge my colleagues to vote down this resolution, reject these unserious bills, and join us in the business of governing for the public good, the common good. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close and yield myself the balance of my time.
Without objection. The gentleman's yield is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard a lot over the last few minutes about the $2.6 billion a day interest payment that the Democrats under Joe Biden's lead left the United States citizen with. And now we hear their demand that we allow the current tax rates to expire, thereby raising taxes on virtually every American citizen. It's very convenient that they say billionaires, now they've acknowledged millionaires, but just factually speaking, if the tax rates are allowed to expire, virtually every American that works would receive a tax increase. We as Republicans are committed to stopping that. But today and this week, the House has the ability to advance two pieces of legislation under this rule. H.R. 276, the Gulf of America Act, which simply reflects the Gulf's importance to our country, the United States of America. And H.R. 881, the DHS Restrictions on Confucius Institutes and Chinese Entities of Concerns Act, which puts our national security first and bans eligibility for DHS funding from an institution with a relationship to a Confucius Institute, Thousand Talents Program, or Chinese entities of concern until such relationship is terminated. Mr. Speaker, the Chinese Communist Party is our enemy. That is a decision that they have made. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I would request a recorded vote. The yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 377 and adoption of the House Resolution 377 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 377 on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 26, House Resolution 377, Resolution providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 276, to rename the Gulf of Mexico of the Gulf of America, and providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 881, to establish Department of Homeland Security funding restrictions on institutions of higher education that have a relationship with Confucius Institutes and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 190.
Mr. Siscomani? Votes aye. Mrs. Strahan? Votes no. Mr. Lauro? Votes no. Mr. Mervan? Votes no. Mr. Messmer? Votes aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 206 and the nays are 200. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Is requested.
Does the gentlelady request a recorded vote?
Yes, we've requested a recorded
vote. Is
vote.
requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Members, you have 1 minute. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change your vote? On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 209. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair lays before the House the following enrolled joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 42, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Energy relating to Energy Conservation Program for appliance standards, certification requirements, labeling requirements, and enforcement provisions for certain consumer products and commercial equipment.
The House will be in order. Hey, Mike, what's going on?
Doing well, my friend. How are you? right, we got to lower. The House will be in order. Will members please take your conversations outside the chamber so we can begin 1-minute speeches. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Kumara Jayasuriya on his remarkable tenure as the president of Southwest State, Minnesota. Under President Jayasuriya's leadership, SMSU thrived. In a period where most Minnesota schools saw an enrollment drop, SMSU's rose to nearly 20%. Just last year, the university recorded its highest enrollment in 14 years, and I am incredibly grateful for what he has done to improve higher education in Western Minnesota and to protect the legacy of a respected institution. President, congratulations on your retirement, and I wish you all the best in your future endeavors, and it has been an absolute pleasure to work with you to advance SMSU. I yield back.
Again, will members please take their conversation to the back of the room? For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the more than 3.8 million educators across the country, I want to wish you a happy National Teacher Appreciation Day. I know our teachers work tirelessly to provide our students with an education that opens the door to opportunity, and I'm sure everyone in this body can think of a teacher that profoundly impacted their lives. And despite working long hours and not always with a salary that reflects the work that they do, our teachers in Virginia have made sure that Virginia schools consistently rank high in the country for K-12 performance and test scores and even safety. And over 92% of our students here in Virginia graduate high school in 4 years, and we have amazing teachers to thank for that. And so we want to make sure our teachers are being paid what they're worth, have the support they need in the classroom, and have the access to all the resources they need to do their jobs. So to all the teachers out there, happy National Teacher Appreciation Day, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Dr. William Clark, who is stepping down as chair of the Okefenokee Swamp Park Board of Trustees after 15 years of hard work and dedicated service. Since 2010, Dr. Clark has advanced the mission of the Okefenokee Swamp Park, promoting a community connection with nature and preserving its ecological health through stewardship, education, and outdoor recreation. While serving as chairman, Dr. Clark was instrumental in expanding the park's mission to promote tourism and education. Under his leadership, the park strengthened partnerships with organizations such as the University of Georgia, focusing on conservation efforts to maintain the swamp's native alligator population. He was instrumental in expanding ecotourism by acquiring the visitor's concession at the Okefenokee National Wildlife Refuge headquarters and the nomination by the U.S. Department of the Interior as the next American World Heritage Site. After his successful tenure in this role, Dr. Clark has expressed enthusiasm for this transition and remains confident in the ongoing excellence of the Okefenokee Swamp Park Board. Thank you, Dr. Clark, for your commitment to improving the Okefenokee Swamp Park, and I wish you the best in your future endeavors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week is National Teacher Appreciation Week. My gratitude for teachers far surpasses 1 minute of time. Our nation is a better place because of the work teachers do every day to teach the next generation and arm them with the skills that are needed to succeed. My favorite teacher was Rayella B. Healy, who taught my 8th grade algebra class in Mount Vernon, New York in 1966. She was tough, and she did not give out easy grades, and I did not get a particularly good grade, but she taught me concepts that I remember to this day. Teachers are increasingly asked to do more in addition to teaching. They check in on the well-being and mental health of their students. They make sure that students get enough to eat during school meals and have notebooks and pencils and crayons. They're advocates in front of school boards to prevent cuts to funding and to resources. There is a famous saying, to teach is to touch a life forever. Thank you, teachers, for the lives that you continue to touch and shape. As former students and parents of students, we are forever grateful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize a valued member of my staff and a true American hero, Mr. Keith Van Buren. Keith's service to the United States Army reflects the very best of sacrifice and devotion to our nation. While deployed in Afghanistan, Keith was severely wounded when his vehicle was struck by an IED in Logar Province, and for his bravery, he was awarded the Purple Heart, the Bronze Star Medal, and the Combat Infantry Badge. After completing his military service, Keith continued his commitment to our country. He served on my predecessor's staff, Congressman Bill Posey, and he still proudly serves now on my staff, assisting veterans and so many people in our community. Keith recently was elected commander of the Space Coast chapter of the Military Order of the Purple Heart. In his role, he will continue the proud tradition of honoring local heroes who have sacrificed in the line of duty. Congratulations, Keith, and I salute Keith Van Buren for his courage, his service, and his unwavering dedication to our state, our nation, and to our district. Thank you, Keith, for your service. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today on National Teacher Day, I rise to recognize Fredericksburg Mayor Carrie Devine as this week's Constituent of the Week. Mayor Devine also spends her time as a history teacher in Stafford County. She's a role model in civic leadership both for the city of Fredericksburg and for her students in Stafford. Whether in City Hall or in a classroom, she's made community a cornerstone of her tenure as a public servant and educator. She has also tirelessly worked to increase reading comprehension, counter the harmful impacts of social media on young people, and supports phone-free schools. Her work reminds us that educators don't just teach, they shape the future. As a dad of 2 kids that have attended Virginia schools, I'm grateful. So today, I thank Mayor Devine and all the teachers across Virginia's 7th Congressional District who go above and beyond to make sure every student feels seen, valued, and empowered. Your work is incredibly important. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from North Dakota is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Minot, North Dakota, my husband's hometown, named one of the 2025 Great American Defense Communities. Only 3 cities across the nation received this honor, reflecting the remarkable commitment the people of Minot have shown to the men and women stationed at the Minot Air Force Base. Through events like the Prairie Warrior Auction, efforts by local leaders, and initiatives led by the Minot Area Chamber, this community goes above and beyond to welcome airmen and support their families. Whether it's raising funds to send airmen home for the holidays or educating the nation on nuclear deterrence, Minot leads with pride and purpose. Their motto sums it up best: only the best come north. Again, congratulations to the City of Minot on this well-earned recognition, and thanks to this amazing community for standing behind our military every day. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute. Rise and stand.
Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the Wings Over Wayne Air Show, hosted at Seymour Johnson Air Force Base in Goldsboro, North Carolina. It was an incredible event that showcased pride, professionalism, and precision of our Air Force and brought our community together on Military Appreciation Day. Seymour Johnson is a pillar in our community that drives our local economy and brings us pride and joy. The base reflects the deep bond between service members and the people of Eastern North Carolina. With the roaring of the Thunderbirds, Wings Over Wayne celebrated freedom, patriotism, and community. I thank the men and women who continue to serve our country. You make us extremely proud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a tremendous honor for the heart of Texas's 26th Congressional District. Flower Mound, Texas, named the best place to live in America. My family and I are blessed to call it home. The distinction didn't come from luck. It came from leadership, from vision, from a community where hometown charm meets national excellence. In Flower Mound, top-tier schools set the standard. Green spaces stretch for miles, and small businesses like Flurry's Market and Provisions bring neighbors together. It's a town where families plant roots, where freedom is felt, and where opportunity isn't just a promise. It's a way of life. At the heart of Texas 26, Flower Mound shows what happens when faith, family, and hard work form the foundation of a community. I congratulate the local leaders whose dedication made this recognition possible. Flower Mound isn't just the best place to live in America. It's proof that the American dream lives right here in North Texas. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House and to rise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to urge my colleagues to support my bipartisan, bicameral legislation, H.R. 3159, the Improving SCRA Benefit Utilization Act. The Service Members Civil Relief Act includes a specific benefit that caps interest rates on pre-service debts, like mortgages, credit cards, and auto loans at 6%. Unfortunately, too few active duty service members even know about this hard-earned benefit, let alone use it. My bill would address this knowledge gap by expanding military financial literacy programs. It would also require details of existing SCRA benefits on military activation orders. Under H.R. 3159, creditors would be required to automatically apply the 6% cap to all accounts on active service member holds, instead of requiring military members to request the cap account by account as they prepare to enter duty service. My bipartisan legislation identifies common sense opportunities to improve benefit awareness and utility. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to co-sponsor this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many parts of Kentucky are just now recovering from a devastating flood that we saw a few weeks ago. I want to thank the first responders who were first on the scene, thank our utility crews who worked day and night to restore utilities. And I want to let the families who lost everything know that anything my office can do to be of any assistance, don't hesitate to reach out. We've had President Trump sign a declaration for individual assistance. FEMA should be on the ground working with families to try to help identify any type of assistance that the families in need can qualify for. And I want to encourage FEMA to continue to work with the local governments to ensure that the heavy burden of debris removal is reimbursed by the federal government, and that's something that my office will continue to ensure to see that happen. So we've had devastating floods. The government's responsibility is to help those in need, and that's what we expect to do. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to make that point loud and clear and hope that we can continue to work through the recovery phase. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Donald Trump says that he isn't sure if he needs to uphold the Constitution. And it's clear to all of us from his attacks on the courts, the rule of law, our democratic institutions, our civil and legal rights, an open and free press, the dismantling of federal agencies, and attacks on our communities, that indeed he does not know what his constitutional duties are. So I have to say, Mr. Speaker, we are a nation of laws, a nation governed by a constitution of the people, by the people, and Donald Trump and his administration are not above the law. We will hold them to account, and that is why we are here every day fighting back, pushing back, and defending our democracy and the rights of the American people. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House floor for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the tireless dedication of our public servants. Michigan is seeing the real-time impact of President Trump and Musk's mass firings. I have heard and seen people's fears firsthand at my town halls because civil servants are the quiet force behind the services that hold our communities together. When a farmer in West Michigan loses a season's worth of crops, it's the USDA employee who helps them adjudicate a crop insurance claim, making sure they can recover and keep food on our tables. Public servants are the problem solvers, neighbors, and first responders in times of crisis. They protect our food supply, ensure veterans receive their benefits, and respond when disaster strikes. These are the people who have devoted their careers to making our country better. We must continue to honor and support our public servants, not only during Public Service Recognition Week, but every week. Let us do right by them and the American people they serve. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Maryland is recognized 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a lot of times on this floor and in the press, you hear about how the Republicans somehow are cutting Medicaid or slashing Medicaid. But the facts are that in the Republican budget resolution, we increase Medicaid expenditures by at least 25% over the next 10 years. Yes, we will fight fraud, waste, and abuse. We think the American people agree that fraud, waste, and abuse robs the Medicaid system from covering the people like the disabled, the elderly, pregnant women, children. It robs money from those programs and wastes it. So even after we eliminate fraud, waste, and abuse, we have enough to increase Medicaid expenditures by at least 25% over the next 10 years. Those are the facts. There's no cutting going on. There's no slashing. There's elimination of fraud, waste, and abuse. And it's about time that happened to the U.S. government bureaucracy, not only in Medicaid, but across the government. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3, 2025, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Knott, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the majority party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today alongside 4 of my esteemed colleagues to both highlight and condemn the misuse of taxpayer dollars funneled to illegal immigrants. An outrageous pattern of perverse and intentional incentives reveal deliberate efforts to worsen the border crisis and to allow tens of millions of illegal aliens to invade our nation at direct cost to the American taxpayer. The Biden-Harris administration cycled through repeated falsehoods, claiming the border was secure, claiming they did not have what was needed to stop this invasion, claiming that they were helpless and needed Congress to take the lead. Meanwhile, that same administration lined the pockets of left-wing NGOs to shower illegal immigrants with incentives in the form of open-ended access to your tax dollars. Earlier this year, reports surfaced from the watchdog group Open the Books, exposing Biden's Department of Health and Human Services for awarding shockingly large amounts of grants and dollars to nonprofits focused on aiding illegal immigrants, amounting to as high as 20 million people who illegally crossed into our country during Biden's term in office. Taxpayer-funded awards paid for illegal aliens housing, health care, education, even music lessons, therapy. You name it, you, the taxpayer, covered it. Using NGOs as a proxy, the Biden administration sent a clear message that our laws were not to be taken seriously, and living off of the American taxpayer was both acceptable and encouraged. The same people fueling this elaborate scheme also pushed a false narrative that supporting illegal activity somehow gives them a moral high ground. This, of course, is false. I am here to tell the American people that you are right to expect secure borders. You are right to demand law and order. You are right to be outraged that hundreds of billions of your dollars have gone to illegal aliens and politically connected NGOs who facilitated this recent invasion. President Trump's swift actions to halt illegal crossings and to deport illegal aliens in his first 100 days has made one thing painfully clear. The Biden-Harris administration was never working to fix our immigration system. They actively and deliberately worked to undermine it. The Center for Immigration Studies found illegal immigrants annually take, and this is a conservative estimate, annually take nearly $120 billion directly from public services to include public schools, public welfare, and health care. Every American across the country should expect more from their government. Joining me today are a few of my colleagues, and first I would like to introduce Congressman Tim Moore, my fellow North Carolinian and a fierce border security advocate. Congressman Moore has been a leading voice in the fight to reform FEMA and to ensure its funds go towards helping American citizens rather than to illegal immigrants, especially those recovering from Hurricane Helene. Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from North Carolina's 14th District.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Congressman Knott. And just a couple things about Congressman Knott for folks who don't know. Before he was a member of Congress here, he was actually a very well-esteemed prosecutor in the U.S. Attorney's Office, where I know, Congressman Knott, many stories you shared where you were personally having to prosecute a lot of these violent gang members, these MS-13 gang members that for some reason some of our comrades want to go down and hug a thug or something and see these folks down in Central America. You were helping prosecute these folks, and I know you all were very frustrated at the times with what you were seeing with these open borders, and so I appreciate you, one, what you did before you came to Congress, two, what you're doing now, and three, today, hosting this opportunity to bring attention to this to the American people.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise on behalf of the people of North Carolina, and particularly Western North Carolina I represent. Hardworking Americans playing by the rules, doing everything they can right, paying their taxes, raising their kids, taking care of their neighbors, whose lives, many of which were impacted substantially by Hurricane Helene that hit last year. It tore through our region, it destroyed roads, it destroyed homes, it took life, it changed so many things. But I will say the good news is the resilience of North Carolinians, and not only at government, not only local government, but volunteers, the faith community. I see my good friend Congressman Harris over there, the churches who stepped up in such a tremendous way to help folks out in such a serious time of need to do what they needed to do. But we also saw where the federal government in a lot of ways failed to do the job. We saw where under the past administration FEMA wasn't doing the job. I'm proud to say that now under this new administration FEMA is getting the job done. Many folks in here saw pictures that didn't live there of the mass destruction that was in Western North Carolina and the lack of response in so many ways. Just to kind of put some points on that with some numbers, according to the Department of Homeland Security's Inspector General, FEMA could not account for $7.4 million out of a $12.9 million audit sample. Now, those sound like small numbers, but that's an audit sample. But think about that. That's 58% of those funds that were either unsupported or not properly documented. There was an example for, where one contractor billed $9 million for labor and could only support or back up, $1.5 million of it. Another was reimbursed twice for the same $40,000 expense, and some grantees couldn't even prove they delivered services. FEMA had approved it all. Then you'd compare things where folks were needing help and they were getting the runaround, getting the delay. And again, I stress to folks, that has changed since January of this year. We're seeing FEMA getting the job done in a lot of ways. And I'll talk about what FEMA did with some of this other money in just a moment. But another example of some mismanagement in the previous administration, remember the so-called American Rescue Plan. Democrats passed a $1.9 trillion bill on a party line vote. Less than 9% of that money, by the way, went to combat COVID. But tucked inside that bill was $110 million to FEMA. We would think that's a great thing, right? Well, here's the problem. It wasn't for disaster recovery. It was to fund something they were calling humanitarian assistance. And what that was to help illegal immigrants at the border. That was just the start. Mr. Speaker, they followed it with another $150 million in March of 2022, then $800 million more in December of that year. FEMA was effectively converted into a border response welfare agency, rebranded as the Shelter and Services Program, paying for migrant housing, transportation, and services in sanctuary cities, while American disaster victims waited months just to hear back about their applications. Absolutely shameful. My constituents were patching their roofs, clearing debris by hand. FEMA was off here busy footing the bill for nice hotel stays in New York for folks that weren't even supposed to be in the country. This was a willful effort by the other side to just enable this border crisis. And I got to say, Congressman Knott pointed out how the border is finally secure, and it didn't require a change in law. It simply required a president who would follow the law. So now what do we have going on that things have changed? Well, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle respectfully are not showing up in towns that were damaged by the storm, asking questions of FEMA, looking to go see what's happened. You know who has shown up? Secretary Noem has shown up. President Trump has shown up. Instead, no, some of my colleagues, and I don't know why, have decided they want to go to El Salvador and rub elbows and maybe grab a margarita with some former MS-13 gang members. It looks like it's a delegation face-to-face meeting with Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a known member of MS-13, and that gang is responsible for countless murders, assaults, and human trafficking. Instead of demanding justice, Democrats took selfies. And I know, for example, you all had to prosecute MS-13, Congressman Knott, when you were back prosecuting in the Eastern District of North Carolina. Look, we don't need any more hug-a-thug diplomacy. We need a federal government that puts the American people first, puts their safety first, their livelihoods first, and their families first. My friends, we're still feeling the consequences of this failed border policy in North Carolina. Just last week, this picture to my right, the FBI of Charlotte, and I want to give a shout out to the FBI agents based out of Charlotte. they arrested an illegal immigrant who had already been deported. That's a picture of him right there. He was charged with the kidnapping of a mother and her one-year-old child in Garner, North Carolina. Again, that's in Congressman Knott's district right there. Kidnapped them. They tied her up, took the woman and the child at gunpoint, demanded $1 million ransom, and then dumped them in the woods. By the grace of God and the swift action of the FBI, Garner Police, and our State Bureau of Investigation, they were rescued. But that crime should have never happened. Estrada Hernandez should have never been in this country in the first place. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? He would not have been if it weren't for the Biden administration's open border policies and refusal to simply follow the law. Mr. Speaker, this is not compassion. This is not justice. This is chaos, engineered and endorsed by some on the other side. I do hope those on the other side who disagree with this will start stepping up and pushing back with what's happening there. But I'll say this too. Thankfully, under President Trump's leadership, we are cleaning house. The Department of Government Efficiency has exposed FEMA's failures in the past administration. Secretary Noem is working to get this agency back on mission, and Congress is moving to eliminate the Shelter and Services Program and to return those funds to real disaster recovery where they belong. To the families who are still recovering from Hurricane Helene, to those who were told there was no money left while FEMA lost track of millions, I hear you, and help is on the way. This, my friends, is what it means to put Americans first, to restore common sense, to lead with integrity. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Moore. Next, I would like to introduce my good friend, Mike Haridopolos, from Florida's 8th Congressional District, otherwise known as the Space Coast. Congressman Haridopolos and I have had many conversations about the cost of illegal immigration on programs that are designed to help and support vulnerable Americans, and especially Medicaid. Congressman Haridopolos has extensive experience in the Medicaid space, and he knows that it must be guarded to protect those who rely upon it here in the United States. It is not an international charity, and it's not especially for the illegal immigrants here in this country. To elaborate on his experience with this issue, I yield to the gentleman from Florida's 8th District.
Thank you, Congressman Knott. Thank you so much for holding this. And these are the kind of conversations that the American public needs to hear and understand the impact that illegal immigration is having on our country and how it undercuts the rule of law and really undercuts those people who truly want to play by the rules and enter the United States in a legal fashion. And it's frustrating when we can bring so many bright, conscientious people who want to come into the United States, and you're deprived of these opportunities because of the long line that exists, because of the challenges we have with illegal immigration. And so I very much appreciate the Congressman leading the charge on this and bringing some of those who have experience with Medicaid to talk about the impacts that it has on our individual states. As we know, Medicaid is designed to help our most vulnerable citizens, seniors, veterans, kids, low-income families, and especially the disabled. But today, that lifeline is being strained by illegal immigration and open-door policies. While Democrats and sanctuary states deny the problem, the data is clear. Let's be clear that every dollar spent on illegal immigration is a dollar taken from a senior, a veteran, a child, a family struggling to pay the bills. For the past 4 years, the pattern has been very clear. Migrants cross the border, surrender to authorities. They repeat carefully rehearsed lines provided by NGOs to meet the bare minimum threshold for asylum. They are released into the country and set a court date and years in the future. Thus, they will begin to actually receive health care benefits at the expense of taxpayers who have already been hard hit by higher prices for basic things like gas, food, and rent. The burden is real. From 2017 to 2023, federal and state governments spent $27 billion on emergency Medicaid for non-citizens, according to the CBO. Also, according to the CBO, around $18 billion came directly from federal taxpayers, I mean every single American. Under the Biden-Harris years, Medicaid spending on illegal immigrants surged 124% higher than under President Trump. In 2021 alone, $7 billion was spent on emergency care for illegal immigrants. Meanwhile, Democrats in Washington and blue states are demanding that we actually pay even more. Now, to put this in perspective, as the congressman from North Carolina, Congressman not mentioned, I'm from the state of Florida. And we actually audited how much we spent on Medicaid, on emergency care last year. $660 million for hospital care for illegal immigrants, according to the Agency for Healthcare Administration in Florida. $660 million. Dollars that were either intended to be spent on health care for American citizens, for maybe move the dollars around for education or for roads, or to, of course, help our environment. But instead, people who came here illegally, $660 million. That is a substantial amount of money, and we will never get it back. And again, rewarding bad behavior. Now, how the system works is very frustrating. If you pay taxes in America, you're paying for illegal immigrants to get health care, whether you like it or not. Federal law requires Medicaid to cover emergency health care, period. That's just the law. You go to the emergency room, and that person qualifies, the American public pays for it. And states, of course, pick up the cost initially, but the federal government reimburses somewhere between 59 and 73% of those costs to the states. So American taxpayer dollars are being spent on this program, whether you like it or not. So reimbursement quietly channels billions of federal dollars into care for illegal immigration through state Medicaid programs. And states like California and New York are actually the most abusive of this law. These sanctuary states choose to allow illegal immigrants to receive state Medicaid programs, then send the bill to Washington, D.C. for all taxpayers to pay for it. It's not like they're being generous with just their taxpayer dollars, but that's spread across the entire system in the United States. States like California and New York manipulate provider taxes and use creative accounting to maximize federal reimbursement, thus shifting more of the burden to taxpayers across the country. And here's the gall of it all. New York even promotes free medical care for illegal immigrants with official state flyers encouraging them to use emergency services. And that's pretty rich. I mean, you can think about it. They're saying, well, we're just using our state tax dollars. That's not the truth. They are promoting on taxpayer dollars this push to have, again, other people pick up the cost. So this is not some federalism deal where it's being just handled by one state. This is, again, realizing that someone else will pay the bill. Thus, they are being generous with other people's money. So to counter this myth that the Democrats are trying to push, that illegal immigration does not cost the taxpayer dollars, it's just not true. And this is why I want people to look closely at what Medicaid is. Again, every Republican I've talked to, and I go across the country and talk about this issue, we want to provide Medicaid for seniors in nursing homes. We want to provide it for pregnant women. We want to provide it for kids. And we want to provide it for disabled. But when you upset that relationship by having people who are here illegally, you're actually potentially putting Medicaid programs at risk. And for those who really want to study the issues, there's a water balloon effect here. When Medicaid, which really doesn't reimburse doctors for their care, it causes private health care costs to go up. So imagine that the ire that so many people have. If you talk to a family of four and you talk to the parents, they're going to say, you know, for a family of four, I'm paying like $1,500 to $2,000 a month for private health care. And yet a person who comes into the country illegally pays zero in health care because they get Medicaid services where there is not even a copay. That's the ironic part about this, is that they break the law and they're rewarded for it. That undercuts the American dream, and people start thinking logically, well, why do I play by the rules? Maybe I'll manipulate a form so that I qualify for Medicaid, and they might never check it again. And that's happening today. People are even objecting to the idea that we check to see that a person still truly qualifies for Medicaid. That is theft from other taxpayers. So as the CBO confirmed, $18 billion in federal spending was put on emergency care, and these are just the facts that play out. And again, let's have the honest conversation. If you want to fund, then say it, but don't say that's not happening or burying it under your typical bureaucratic or political doublespeak. These are the conversations we need to have, and just so you all know, in the policy that we're looking at today, where we're going to, let's say, reconsider the budget, they're going to spend $45 billion for basically jails for illegal immigrants who come across, because if you don't have that jail space or the detention centers as they're looking at asylum, they go into the country. And that means you might not have a court case for a few years. And again, let's just think logically here. 10 million people. How many judges, lawyers, public defenders, bailiffs, and other folks do you need to actually have 10 million court cases in their version of due process? As our lead prosecutor today, Mr. Knott, will tell you that the law is simple. You came here legally. Your only thing you're justified or allowed is a ticket out of here. Let's be honest about immigration. This is about the rule of law, and I want to bring in a lot of folks. I want to have an immigration system that works, and you actually sign up, and you get online, and you find out who these folks are. Just like they check you on an airline, you should check you at the border. But instead, this previous administration literally said, here's the script, tell them this, you'll get the court case in years to come, and you can go into the interior of the country. That's double standard. And so I applaud Congressman Knott for taking this opportunity to talk about it in a real way, and my friends from North Carolina talk about how it impacts every one of us. It's taking from the system, causing people to pay more for insurance, and undercutting the rule of law. And that's why we had an election last year, and the voice was clear. The president said he would stop this crazy idea because we're already $1 trillion in debt year by year, $37 trillion in debt overall. This is common sense, and the president has finally stood up for those people who've been left behind the last 4 years. And so, Congressman Knott, thank you very much for taking on this real issue. It's the kind of discussion we need to have. And if the other side feels that we have not been telling the whole story, come out and have the debate. We'd love to see it. And with that, I yield back to the congressman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Congressman Haridopolos. I'm ready for that debate any day. I'm ready for that discussion any day. Again, the Republicans believe that American tax dollars should serve American citizens and not those who are here illegally. Next to speak is another representative from our great state of North Carolina, Congressman Mark Harris. Congressman Harris pointed out back in February that an NGO in North Carolina was actively working to hinder law enforcement, aid illegal immigrants, and further worsen the crisis engulfing our communities, both in North Carolina and all over our country. A pastor of more than 30 years, Congressman Harris is proof that allowing this humanitarian crisis to continue is not compassionate, and enforcing our laws is not hateful. It is with great honor that I yield to the gentleman from North Carolina's 8th District.
Well, thank you, Congressman Knott. And Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure today to be able to share in this time together. Grateful for you, Congressman Haridopolos, for sharing, also from Congressman Moore that we heard from earlier, and so I'm very honored to just be a part of this and very thankful for the vision and the passion that Congressman Knott has shown in pulling together this special order. You know, when a burglar breaks into your house, you don't set a place for them at the dinner table. That principle seems pretty obvious, but for some reason, radical progressives just can't understand it. For the past 4 years, radical progressive Democrats have openly welcomed criminal aliens into American communities. Lest we forget, here are just a few of the violent guests the left has invited into our country. Felix Rojas, an illegal alien who was deported multiple times, was charged just last week for raping a corpse on a Manhattan subway. In my home state of North Carolina, 2 illegal aliens that Congressman Moore alluded to earlier, Paula Duran and Miguel Duran, were arrested for breaking into a home and kidnapping a mother and her 11-month-old daughter. Just outside Washington, D.C., an illegal alien, Hiron Rodriguez, was arrested by ICE after a local court dropped his charges. What was his crime that he was charged with? Abducting a 4-year-old. These heinous criminals are only a small number of those welcomed into our country by Joe Biden and were arrested in just the past few days by the Trump administration. So you can only imagine what is happening in our country on a grander scale. While under President Trump's leadership, illegal border crossings are down 95% from last year, and yet we are still suffering from the impacts and the open border policies of the last 4 years. The left did not just facilitate an open border invasion. They have made the American taxpayer pay for it, and we are still paying for it. Under former President Biden's open borders agenda, it's estimated that at least 10 million illegal aliens entered our country. And on top of the massive financial costs of the crimes they commit and the jobs they take away from Americans, a huge chunk of them have been accessing government benefits like Medicaid and Social Security. Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable. Americans are hard workers. That's why we have the best country in the world, and they don't work back-breaking jobs their whole careers for their taxpayer dollars to subsidize the lives of the very invaders that have subverted their sovereignty. The left loves to fact-check, so why don't we take a moment and hear some cold, hard facts. Fact number one, under the Biden administration, more than 1 million illegal aliens received Medicaid benefits. Fact number two, in fiscal year 2024 alone, over 2 million illegal aliens were given Social Security numbers. Fact number three, a 2023 study showed that the net cost of illegal aliens to the American taxpayer was at least $150 billion annually. Fact number four, states are still having to bear the financial burden of Biden's border crisis. Texan taxpayers have to shell out $8.88 billion a year to pay for the illegal aliens who invaded their state. For Californians, it's almost $22 billion. By the way, fact number five, in some states, it's a complete affront to citizens. I'm talking about where illegal aliens can get mortgages, bank loans, insurance, driver's license, in-state college tuition, and free health care. For illegal aliens, the U.S. has been an all-you-can-eat buffet, but the American taxpayer and innocent women like Laken Riley, Jocelyn Nungare, and Rachel Morin have paid the full price of the left's open border agenda. It's time to turn off the faucet permanently. American taxpayers shouldn't have to fund their own demise, paying for government programs that actually encourage an invasion. President Trump has shown us the path forward. Border crossings are down, as I mentioned earlier. Criminal aliens and gang members are being deported left and right. In other words, the forgotten American is first once again. But nevertheless, there's still much work to be done, especially in this 119th Congress. Under President Biden, Americans' hard-earned taxpayer dollars in the federal budget were used as a slush fund for the radical left to facilitate a border invasion of millions of illegal aliens, export their woke ideologies across the globe with wasteful pet projects, and weaponize the government against anyone who disagreed with their policies. But President Trump's budget proposal, when signed into law, will be a crucial step in taking our country back from the left. It will defund the wasteful government programs subsidizing illegal aliens and provide President Trump with the very tools to solidify his sensible border security initiatives. For example, President Trump's budget would eliminate the shelter and services program that facilitated swarms of illegal aliens into American communities and saved taxpayers $650 million at the same time. It will also stop funneling $428 million to migrant education programs that are taking away from struggling American students. And those are just a glimpse of the countless wasteful projects by which the American citizens should not be footing the bill. But it's up to Congress now to come together and advance both the president's budget and the reconciliation package across the finish line. Mr. Chairman, we owe nothing less to the American people who are tired of being placed behind illegal aliens. When illegal aliens are given benefits like Medicaid and Social Security by the thousands, they will keep coming into our country, burdening the American taxpayer and exacerbating the crimes in our cities. This is why it's so important that this Congress act now with budget reconciliation, give President Trump the tools he needs to keep both the wallet and the soul of America safe. Burglars are in the house, and they don't just want a seat at the dinner table. They want the entire spread. It's time for us to use this historic opportunity to correct our course. Again, I thank Congressman Knott for his vision and his leadership. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time to the gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you very much, Congressman Harris. At least 1 million illegals on Medicaid. I would submit that I have heard not one syllable from the Democratic Party from 5 years ago when Joe Biden took power until today protesting that fact. The Republican Party wants to protect Medicaid and get the 1 million plus illegals on it out of the country and off of the program. Last but not least, Mr. Speaker, I will turn it over to Congressman Mike Kennedy, representing Utah's 3rd District. I mentioned earlier that some of the ridiculous benefits that taxpayers have unknowingly funded for illegal aliens include something as unique as music lessons. When digging into this issue, Congressman Kennedy and I were both outraged and simply shocked at the brazen and flagrant waste of funds on these perverse incentives. I know this Congressman, Mr. Kennedy, to be a fierce advocate for conservative principles, both for his district in Utah and for the country at large. I yield to the gentleman of Utah's 3rd District.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Congressman Knott, for shining much-needed light on this issue and for the opportunity that you've granted to me to speak. I rise today to speak about some of the consequences of the Biden-Harris administration irresponsible actions over the past 4 years and how Congress and the Trump administration are working to claw our way back to sanity for the United States of America. We have lived through the most devastating border crisis in modern American history. And let's be honest, it wasn't a natural disaster. It wasn't an accident. It was the direct result of bad choices made by the Biden-Harris administration. This wasn't mere mismanagement. It was facilitation. It was incentivization. And it was done at the expense of our laws, our national security, and our people. During their time in office, President Biden and Vice President Harris dismantled nearly every meaningful safeguard at the southern border. Their administration presided over a record surge in illegal immigration. Over 700,000 illegal aliens were apprehended at the border from October to December of 2023 alone. That was more than any full year during the Obama presidency, when President Obama famously stated, quote, over 1,000 illegal border crossings a day would be considered a crisis, unquote. The Biden and Harris administration frequently allowed in 6,000 a day. Unfortunately, instead of restoring control and protecting our sovereignty, they did the unthinkable. They rewarded the lawbreakers. Rather than empower border enforcement, the Biden-Harris administration threw open the federal checkbook, funneling billions of taxpayer dollars to private nonprofits like Family Endeavors Incorporated, Southwest Key Programs, and Global Refuge. These NGOs didn't just shelter illegal aliens, they pampered them. Those contracts paid for luxury hotel rooms, room service, 24-hour snacks, laundry, bilingual television, recreation, cultural events, individual tutoring for mathematics and social studies. Most shockingly, pet therapy, music therapy, and horticulture therapy for illegal alien children. In 2021 alone, Endeavors paid Christy Merrill, a music therapist, $533,000 for her services. In addition to this nonsense, the nonprofit conducted 1,656 people-plant interactions and 287 pet therapy sessions between April 2021 and March 2023. This wasn't emergency aid, it was five-star treatment, funded by hardworking American families. Families that are struggling to pay their own rent and put food on their own table, much less providing them with music, plant, and pet therapy. I know many tax-paying American families that would love to be able to provide their children with one-on-one academic tutoring, but simply cannot afford it. This all begs the question, Why are we investing in illegal families while stripping financial resources from our own citizens to do so? In one case, Endeavors Incorporated, a Texas-based NGO, received a $1.3 billion contract from the federal government in a single year. Meanwhile, their top executives were paid over $600,000 annually, and the group spent more than $700,000 on lobbyists, all to keep the money flowing. Contrast that with the conditions our military service members faced during the same time. Moldy barracks, sewage overflows, and rodent infestations, to highlight a few. In 2022, a mere $56 million was spent on housing maintenance for military families, less than 1/20th of what was spent on luxury accommodations for illegal aliens. Who did the Biden-Harris administration care about? It certainly wasn't our men and women in uniform. Unfortunately, the extreme misuse of funds wasn't their only slight to the American public. The Biden-Harris administration relaxed vetting standards for those who claimed to sponsor alien children. DNA testing was scrapped and background checks were watered down. There were no public record checks required for other adults living in a sponsor's home, and tragic consequences followed. In one case, a 24-year-old Honduran man posed as a 17-year-old child and was placed with a sponsor in Florida, whom he later murdered. Sadly, that was not a one-off failure. This type of senseless violence became a regular news story. While Americans were working multiple jobs to afford rent and groceries, the Biden-Harris administration was funding a $1 billion pipeline for unaccompanied aliens and empowering NGOs that had no incentive to solve the crisis, only to profit from it. They called it compassion. However, in reality, it was corruption, recklessness, and disregard for the rule of law. The good news is this: their time in office is over. However, the ramifications of their decisions persist. While our southern border is certainly more secure now, we have hundreds of thousands of illegal alien cases that will overwhelm our legal system for years. The nonprofit industry they supercharged is still bloated, and the American people are still waiting for real accountability. Now is the time to fix what they broke. We must defund corrupt NGOs, restore vetting and enforcement, and put the American people first again. We owe it to our citizens, we owe it to our troops, and we owe it to the integrity of this nation. The crisis wasn't spontaneous. It was built, funded, and incentivized. Let's make sure it's never repeated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Kennedy. Mr. Speaker, you've heard today from my colleagues and myself about the outrageous government-funded incentives and plan to keep illegal aliens not only flowing into this country, but also to stay in this country. This scheme goes beyond waste, and it represents, candidly, a betrayal of the American people and the American taxpayers. Those have suffered mightily in this country because of the illegal immigration crisis. And in closing, I simply ask the following. To the American citizens who rely on Medicare or Medicaid, should we allow illegal immigrants to dilute the quality of your benefits and run up costs in emergency rooms who are precluded from turning illegal immigrants away? I say, along with my colleagues, absolutely not. No tax dollars should be allocated to covering health care costs for any person who is in this country illegally. To the American parents, whether rural or urban, who are struggling to feed your children, I ask, should illegal immigrants receive tax-funded meals day in, day out to eat on your dime? Again, I heartily say absolutely no. To the children at risk of falling behind in lagging schools all over this country, I ask, should we continue to allow millions upon millions to arrive here illegally and crowd out your classrooms? I say again, under no circumstances should we give public education dollars to any person or any family who is here illegally. To the Social Security recipient, should we take on more debt and endanger your access to continued benefits just to keep our borders open? With no hesitation, I again say absolutely not. We must protect tax dollars for American citizens. To the veterans who are battling homelessness or addiction, or the Western North Carolinians who are left without shelter following Hurricane Helene, should your tax dollars go to housing illegal aliens, to transporting illegal aliens, while you continually suffer? Again, I say definitively, under no circumstances is this appropriate. I urge all of my colleagues in Congress to join me in reversing the perverse incentive structure by sending a clear message that the United States laws are to be respected. Put candidly, if you are here illegally, leave. If you return here illegally, you will be punished. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Under the policy the Speaker announced on January 3, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I could almost hear the joy of, hey, it's only 30 minutes this time, not an hour. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I want to do just a handful of things. One of these days, we're going to have not enough noise about the facts, the numbers, the data, the debt, those things, that we can come in and sort of do our boards, our charts on things that actually reduce spending and modernize. But I do want to sort of start with this. We have spent, since last summer, working on pieces of legislation. When the Wall Street Journal series, ProPublica series, came out about the scale of bad acts that were happening in what we call Medicare Part C, which is Medicare Advantage for most of us, which is now, I think, about 55% of the Medicare population. We've been working on that to sort of modernize it. And so for all the lobbyists who are making money trying to beat us up for trying to actually fix it, I'll warn you, the legislation's almost done. We now have to work with the economists and the other things to score. We've been stunned that, though, it continues. Even last Thursday, I think there was a whole other set of investigations or indictments announced. All right, let's get on to some of the math here. Mr. Speaker, I've come behind the microphone many times and talked about the scale of debt. We borrow about $72,000 per second. Some of our math next year, that goes up to about $82,000 borrowing per second. But if you're a country that needs to borrow about $6 billion a day, so we borrow about $6 billion a day, what happens in a world where you actually, the liquidity of the debt markets? So I grabbed an article that was in one of my, I think it was in one of my bond publications because I have some weird reading habits. Japan prepares to use its role as America's largest creditor as leverage in Trump's trade talks. The point I want to make by reading that headline to everyone is Japan now is our largest individual creditor country. So when you have a country that has $900 billion, maybe $1 trillion of U.S. sovereign debt, and you walk in the door and say, we want to renegotiate some of our trade pact with you, or we want to build an actual trade pact with you, and they look at you and say, but we right now take those dollars that you send us because you've been buying our stuff, and we're buying your debt. The fact of the matter is, if you're a country that's borrowing $6 billion a day, does anyone understand the fragility? And I'm going to use that fancy word a couple times, because also interest. We're actually seeing some indications that when we get out of extraordinary measures, for everyone who doesn't understand, we hit the debt ceiling a couple months ago. So right now, the Treasury, every day for that $6 billion shortfall, is juggling money internally. and borrowing it out of the military retirement accounts or our thrift savings account, the cash accounts, and those things. So we're doing internal borrowing. But all that has to be paid back, and it all has to be paid back with interest. So we're still working on the rough calculation. Treasury put out a number, but I don't like their number because I don't think it was real, or we had all the visibility. But we'd worked on a data set saying when we finally raise the debt ceiling, let's say it's a month or two from now, Treasury is going to need to pay back those dollars plus the interest. So they're going to come to market with $400, $500, $600 billion of borrowing. So just be prepared for what's really going on in the interest rate markets, the debt markets, and will we be beyond some of the discussions of trade where countries like Japan aren't leaking stories that they're going to use our debt as leverage against us. So, look, I used this board a couple times now, but I want it to make sense. Estimate for net interest as a share of revenues in 2035. So that's 9 budget years from now. Moody, the chart here, the bar here, I want people to pay attention to. Moody's, who has this whole thing where they do analytics on debt and spending. Mr. Speaker, their estimate is in 9 years, 30% of U.S. tax collections, that's everything, corporate, individual, estate, the tariffs, everything. They estimate in 9 years, 30% of all those tax receipts that come into the federal government will just pay interest. And this is based on sort of today's interest rate projections. I showed some charts a couple weeks ago that showed an estimate that if U.S. debt went up 1% in interest, so us selling our bonds, interest rates went up 1% on us, in that 9 budget years, it's not 30% of tax receipts that go to just interest, it's 45%. Are you prepared to have a world out there where here's $1 of taxes I'm paying, 30 cents of that just pays interest, or God forbid interest rates go up, 45 cents of that dollar just pays interest on the bonds? There's also a chart if we actually went back to the early 2000s when we were kissing up against 6%, and it was just like devastating, the amount of tax collections that get consumed by interest. Remember, when we finish this fiscal year, CBO's estimate is U.S. sovereign debt, all of it, the gross debt, will be at $37.2 trillion. And the thing we're not supposed to tell people because it hurts their feelings, gets them upset, but it's called math, is over the next 10 years, the vast majority of debt is interest and healthcare costs, mostly Medicare. So unless you're willing to have honest conversations that debt deficits and demographics, the demographics is the driver of U.S. sovereign debt. We have a shortage of young people in America. We have foreigners come and get educated here, and we send them home because we're so brilliant. And healthcare costs, we do all this game playing around here where our healthcare discussions are about healthcare finance, not about changing the cost of healthcare. Think about this. The ACA, many of you know it as Obamacare. It's a financing bill. It is a financing bill. It's who gets subsidized, who has to pay. The Republican alternative was a financing bill. Medicare for All is a financing bill. We don't have the discussion of how to revolutionize, either through technology, a healthier society, taking on obesity, the things that drive the cost of healthcare. How about this concept of we build a healthier society, we use technology. I'm wearing one of these Oura rings. We're doing experiments in our office with other wearables, trying to build data. Is that Republican or Democrat? It's just data. And I don't know why we haven't been able to build a love connection here, or policy connection, or whatever the hell we're supposed to call it, between the left and the right, saying, what would happen if we could engage in policies that change the price of health care? Instead, we do these debates because everything in Washington is about the money. The people marching up and down our hallways here, they're not coming in our office to say, David, adopt technology, lower the price of living, lower the price of health care. It's, we want more money, or we want you to build a barrier to entry to our competition. We call it rent seeking, if you remember your high school economics class. So let's take a look here. I need you to understand how rough our position is in the world right now. Global 10-year borrowing rates. And I've brought the charts before. We've been bouncing between like the 13th, I think we fell to the 12th, and the 14th, where other countries are able to sell their bonds cheaper. But the one that just enrages me, here's Greece. Greece can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States today. So when you run around thinking the United States, we are the gold standard, well, we're also screwing up our extraordinary privilege of having the world reserve currency and the dollars coming back to us, because you start to see the slowdown in buying U.S. sovereign debt. And we don't know the real numbers, Mr. Speaker, because we're in extraordinary measures. We're not coming to market with new debt. But think about this. Here's the countries that can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States. Italy, Greece, France, Canada, Germany, China, Japan, all can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States. Lower interest rate. Does that make anyone concerned? I think I have a chart that shows the United States will consume 30 to 40% of all the world capital that's going to sovereign debt in the next decade. But we're not supposed to talk about that. And then the absurdity from the left, well, we tax rich people more. Okay. In the best, you might get a point and a half percent of GDP. For all the things we talk about cutting, you get about 1 point. So the 2.5. Mr. Speaker, this year we're on pace to borrow 7.3% of the entire economy just this year. One of our charts, and I think this one comes straight from CBO, says with that little change in interest rates, 2035, we may be well over 9% of the entire economy that year borrowed money. And it doesn't have to be this way. You know, we're doing this reconciliation negotiations, all those things, and the inability of groups that come in the office and demand more money to come in with an idea saying, hey, you know, maybe we shouldn't be spending billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars on duplicative MRI scans or the things we just waste money on. Because it turns out that waste, you know, some people come by these microphones, call it fraud. That waste turns out to be many of the bureaucracies, many of the business models. That's their profit model. And it doesn't have to be this way. So you start to take a look at the actual data. Last year, if you do the gross interest, that's what we sold publicly and had to pay interest out internally when we borrow money from the Social Security Trust Fund or these other things, which all that money's already been borrowed. We have to pay interest back. So when Social Security redeems its bonds, we pay them back the money they need for that next month checks to come out, because remember, Social Security is running about a little less than a structural 25% shortfall from tax collections to checks out the door. We also pay them interest. So last year we spent $1,133 billion in interest. Our best estimate right now is this year your government will spend about just a little shy, probably about 1.3 trillion in interest. Why that's important? You do realize that's more than defense? Let's take a look at this. Think about that. Starting in about 2022, our interest became more than the DoD budget, Department of Defense budget. How many of the public understand that? That interest, if you actually do the gross interest, is now the second biggest spend in the United States. Social Security comes in about $1,480 billion. Interest this year will probably come in at, what, that 1.2, 1.3. So interest now is number 2. Defense actually is coming in around number 4 now. So Social Security, interest, Medicare, defense. How many times do you hear people come behind these microphones and actually at least know their basic math? Or want to tell the truth to the voters? And once again, is this Republican or Democrat? It's just math. It's an obligation we have to pay. And we're going to do what about it? We are going to squeeze out our ability to do the things that we believe are important for protecting the Constitution and the society. Because God forbid, the bond markets forbid, that we all of a sudden start to have a spike in interest rates. And you start to understand that many of our brothers and sisters who come behind these microphones, I show the chart all the time saying, okay, here's the pie chart of all of our spending. Today, it's about 75% is on autopilot. You and I get to vote on 25% of the spending. Okay, about half that's defense, about half that's non-discretionary. Every dime a member of Congress votes on today is borrowed. Think about that. Other than when you're in reconciliation where you actually get to have a vote or try to work on mandatory spending, which is formulaic, all defense and all non-defense discretionary is borrowed. And yes, you've heard a number of members come behind the mic and talk about how much non-defense discretionary has gone up. And it has. And we've lied repeatedly, when we did sequestration, PAYGO. How many times, PAYGO, remember, I think actually was a Democrat proposal from years ago that if we're going to add new spending beyond the 5-year window, there needs to be an offset. So you saw a number of bills that, they expire just before the 5th year, so that way they don't set off the PAYGO. Or like we did back in January, we owed like $1.2 trillion in cuts to meet the PAYGO, pay-as-you-go rules. Well, we just waive it, just like we've done with sequestration, all these other things. So we tell people, hey, we're going to be fiscally disciplined. As soon as it's uncomfortable, then we'll just waive it. But why this is important, it's just, okay, we will say there's a 45% increase in discretionary spending since 2019. And it is. But when you actually look at it, it's a lot of money. But did I mention we're borrowing $6 billion a day? So we went from $662 billion. This is non-defense discretionary. This is the Park Service. This is the IRS. This is the State Department. All the things you think of as government. It went up to $960 billion. But why this is important to understand, I would vote to roll that back to the 2019 budget. Okay. But if you see it as a percentage of GDP, the size of the economy, we're spending, which is the proper way to do big boy math on budgets. In 2019, non-defense discretionary was 3.1% of the economy. Last year, it was 3.3% of the economy. So it went up, but the economy got bigger. And it turns out if you're borrowing 7.3% of the economy this year, you can get rid of all of what you think of as government, non-defense discretionary, and you could get rid of all of defense. And my math on my top of my head, I probably should have calculated this before coming behind the microphone, you still need about another $400 billion to cover borrowing that covers Medicare. So think about that. For those that say, David, balance the budget today. I can do it. Of course, you're not going to have a military. You're not going to have what you think of as government. And I need to find $400 billion in the mandatory space. There's this lack of understanding of the scale. And getting old, when it's healthcare and interest, that's the primary driver. No one wants to hear that. That doesn't set off the dopamine receptors. It doesn't make people mad. It doesn't get you on television. You know, if you tell the truth about the drivers of U.S. sovereign debt, you will never end up on MSNBC or Fox or those, because no one wants to hear the actual math. We want things that anger people. Turns out good accounting isn't really that exciting, but it's math. And so here is the punchline which worries me and why I beg of my brothers and sisters. Okay, for those of us in the House, we have a reconciliation budget. We're trying not to let the expiring provisions raise people's taxes. We have a reconciliation budget in the House that if we do everything right, we get a couple $1 trillion of savings over 10 years. We're going to spend over $68 trillion in the next 10 years. How many members of Congress have had protesters outside their office? You can't cut things. We're talking total of $2 billion or $2 trillion of savings over 10 years when we're spending $68 billion. Have we lost our minds? And yet, if we were to do the Senate's reconciliation budget, which has almost no cuts in spending in it, we will borrow approximately, and look, I'm conflating publicly sold debt with the debt we would create in the next 10 years. What took us 240 years to build, we will double in 10, or come close to doubling in 10. Does this body, to the lobbyists in the hallways, to the groups in the hallways demanding more spending, to any of the staffers who might not have a life so they're watching this, do you really think the bond markets aren't going to go, hey, they're doubling U.S. debt. Maybe we should ask for a little premium, that's called a term premium, on U.S. sovereign debt. But I just showed you and told you what happens if we go up 1%. Just that 1 point is $3 trillion of additional interest. It's more than everything we're talking about trying to cut. So here's your balance. How do you communicate to the people we borrow money from that we're good credit risk? We're going to pay you back. We're going to pay you back appropriately. We're not going to say crazy things of, maybe we should force you to go longer on the bonds, or maybe we should ask you to do this or that. You can't do that. You don't screw with your bankers. And just in the article, we're already up against the leverage of, this one's about Japan, but I don't know why it's not about other countries, using the fact that we've used them, we've needed them to finance our debt. And then we intend to leverage them. Okay, they need trade with us. Let's use that leverage, but let's also be respectful of the fact they're one of our bankers. And understand the fact, Mr. Speaker, if we don't get our act together, United States is on track to double its borrowing over the next 10 years. And if that becomes the perception in the world debt markets, we're going to pay a penalty for it. And that penalty is really expensive. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to go back to the office and have more coffee. I appreciate your tolerance, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stand adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.